Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning to all present, viewing and listening. The Committee of the Whole of March 13th, 2023 is hereby called to order. I'm Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Senate President, and today I'll be the chair of the Committee of the Whole. I'd like to welcome you all to today's Committee of the Whole, where we will consider zoning and variance applications. Today, we are happy to be joined by students from the St. Peter and Paul U.S. government class. As a freshman senator, I sponsored Act 7934, which expanded the public school curriculum to require civics courses for all high school students. I believe one of the most important things that we can do for our young people is to ensure that they understand the role of government and how they can shape our community and government, of course. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our visiting students from the St. Peter and Paul School. These applications were forwarded to the legislature for further vetting once the DPNR process of the reviews and public hearings were completed. Obviously, the matters heard at Friday's Committee of the Whole and that will be heard today all come at a time when the territory is tackling the comprehensive land and water use plan. And let me take this opportunity to congratulate DPNR and the work that they've been doing, again, to the level of participation by our community. And obviously, everyone seems to be interested in the land and water use plan. And over the next 18 months, there'll be some review, and hopefully we could really bring this to the finish line by then. Right, Commissioner? Today, as legislators, our responsibility is to continue to at least hear testimonies, and despite what we have dubbed spot zonings, in some instances, we still have a responsibility to move these measures forward. So today is one of those days that would be, and also on Friday, we had an opportunity to vet a number of those measures. I remind all that's present and listening that there are no votes taken in the Committee of the Whole, but instead, the committee will vote on these matters at a later session. I anticipate a robust discussion on the items before the committee today, and I'd ask that everyone be respectful as we proceed with today's agenda. At this time, I'd like to remind individuals that either participating virtually or present here in the chamber, so please turn your cell phones off or on silent as to not interrupt today's proceedings. Madam Clerk, can I have a roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr. Senator Boquez Jr., present. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Here. Senator Capehart, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Present. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Here. Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Present. Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Here. Senator Gittins, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Here. Senator James, present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Here. Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Present. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Milton E. Potter. Here. Senator Potter, present. Mr. President, 12 members present, 3 absent.
Very well. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Any correspondence to be read into the record at this time?
Yes, Mr. President.
You may proceed.
Letter dated March 13, 2023. The Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., Senate President, Chairman, Committee of the Whole, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, US VI 00802. Dear Senate President Francis, due to traveling challenges, regrettably, I will be late in attending the Committee of the Whole meeting scheduled for Monday, March 13, 2023. I will be in attendance as soon as possible, and I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Thank you for your understanding in this matter. Respectfully, Javon A. James Sr., Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Letter dated March 13, 2023, Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., Senate President, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 00804. Dear Mr. President, please accept this correspondence as a formal notice of my late arrival to today's Committee of the Whole hearing, which is scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Attlee Legislative Chambers on St. Thomas. Please have all circulated documents placed on my desk for immediate review upon my arrival. Thank you for your consideration on this matter. Regards, Donna A. Fred Gregory, Chair, Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. This completes the correspondence for the day, Mr. President.
Very well, thank you. We'll certainly recognize those senators as soon as they arrive in the chambers. At this time, Madam Clerk, please read today's agenda into the record.
The 35th Legislature will convene in Committee of the Whole to receive testimony on the following zoning requests. Block 1, Bill number 35-0052, an act amending official zoning map number SJZ-3 for the island of St. John to change the zoning designation of parcel number 14 remainder Estate Carolina, Coral Bay Quarter, St. John from R-2 residential low density 1 and 2 family to B-2 business secondary neighborhood. Invited testifiers, the Honorable John Pierre L. Oriole, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources; Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources; Michael Millen, Authorized Agent. Bill number 35-0053, an act granting a zoning use variance for parcel number 84, Estate Content, number 7B, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from the R-3 residential medium density zoning designation to allow for offices. Invited testifiers, the Honorable John Pierre L. Oriole, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources; Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources; Roger Minkoff, Authorized Agent. Block 2, Bill number 35-0024, an act granting a zoning use variance for parcel number 5C, Estate Anna's Retreat, number 1, New Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to allow for dwellings. Invited testifiers, the Honorable John Pierre L. Oriole, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources; Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources; Mark Grimes, Representative, 5C-AR Holdings, LLC; Vanetta C. Norman, Esquire, Representative, 5C-AR Holdings, LLC. Bill number 35-0040, an act granting a zoning variance for parcel numbers A1-24 and A1-25, Estate Thomas, number 6K, New Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to allow an office, 2 one-bedroom apartments, flex space, gym, 13 parking spaces, 1 handicapped, cistern and gray water cistern, and accessory building for generator and garage space. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Jean Pierre L. Oriole, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources; Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources; Jason Charles, Chief, External Affairs, Alpine Group, USVI, LLC. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And because of time and scheduling conflicts, we have decided to move forward with block number 1, and we'll be doing Bill 35-0052 and Bill 35-0040 in this block 1, and then we'll proceed to block 2 immediately after that. I plan to try to accommodate everyone so that we could get individuals moving out of here in a timely fashion. At this time, I'll ask everyone to please put the name on the record, and we'll start from my left to right, and then we'll also go to the St. Croix chambers. You may proceed.
Good morning, Senators. My name is Jonna Nielsen Bobbitt. I represent BioImpact, an environmental consulting firm.
Good morning. My name is Jason Charles. I'm representing Alpine Securities, USVI.
Morning, everyone. Jean-Pierre Oriole, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Good morning. Senate President and members of the 35th Legislature, my name is Leah Laplace Matthew with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning. And we also have on St. Croix our planning technician, Joe Polymis.
Good morning. My name is Michael Milne. I'm from Barefoot Design, representing the Animal Care Center of St. John.
Very well. Thank you very much. At this time, Ms. Polemis, if you just do a mic check.
Good morning.
Good morning. You're sounding loud and clear. I'd also like to recognize the presence of Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Good morning, Senator. Welcome. Francis Heidegger was recognized during the roll call. Senator Bulkers, you recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Point of personal privilege. I'd like to thank the two gentlemen who saved individuals from a car that went over the waterfront early Sunday morning. 18-year-old Dylan Hodge and also Mr. Ajayi Gregory, who happens to be the son of our former Senate President, Donna Fred Gregory. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, and I guess that's the waterfront here at Veterans Drive in St. Thomas. Very well. Again, we want to thank those individuals, again, those that put their life at risk to save other individuals. Those continue to be the unsung heroes of the Virgin Islands, and we certainly express our appreciation for their efforts. We'll just do a quick 1-minute recess so that we could make sure that individuals are situated, media has all of the necessary videos so that we could proceed once we get started. The Committee of the Whole stands in recess for 1 minute. We are out of recess. Again, today we're in the Committee of the Whole for hearing matters in regards to requests for zone changes and also variance. At this time, we'll recognize DPNR for presentation of the first bill, Bill 35-0052.
Good morning again to the 35th Legislature, to the viewing and listening public of the Virgin Islands. The first report for ZAJ-20-5, I will have Planning Technician Joe Polimis put that testimony on record.
Good morning. Report on petition to amend official zoning map number SJZ-3. Application number ZAJ-20-5. Petition of Animal Care Center of St. John, Inc., requesting that parcel number 14, Remainder Estate Carolina, number 1, Coral Bay Quarter, St. John, be rezoned from R2, residential low density, 1 and 2 family, to B2, business secondary neighborhood. Owner and applicant. Animal Care Center of St. John, Inc., as per warranty deed dated February 23, 2017, document number 2017001980. Acreage. Parcel number 14, Remainder Estate Carolina, consists of 2.309 acres as shown on drawing number D9-6941-T001. Current use. The property is vacant. Proposed use. An animal care center, kennels for dogs and cats, 20 and 19 respectively, veterinarian's office, classroom for outreach, trainings, meetings, 1-bedroom employee housing unit, children's playground, and walking trail. Surrounding uses and zones. To the north is undeveloped property. To the east is the Moravian Church property proposed for a marina. To the south is Pickles Restaurant. To the west is commercially developed property, former gas station, now a market. The surrounding area is zoned R2, B2, and W1 waterfront pleasure. Infrastructure. Water needs will be supplied by cistern and wastewater will be handled by an aerobic treatment unit. Public response. At DPNR's public hearing held October 2nd, 2020, 56 individuals attended and 26 registered their support for the application. 72 emails and letters were also received prior to and subsequent to the public hearing, 27 in opposition to the application, 38 in support, 5 expressing concerns, a support petition with over 500 signatures, 150 plus were residents, and an opposition petition from 18 property owners. The following were expressed as reasons for opposition and concerns with the application. 1, noise from barking dogs. Some individuals requested the addition of specific noise abatement requirements, sound mitigation, shielding, screening with high natural screens such as bamboo, trees, hedges, and/or vines on fences. 2, high concentration of wildlife in area that could trigger dogs barking. 3, barrier walls can only reduce noise level if they are tall enough to break line of sight from origin to receiver. Concrete is known for poor acoustic performance. Its rigidity causes noise to increase upon impact. 4, will architect guarantee noise not disturb villa renters? Architect and shelter to provide bond to cover relocation costs if noise not contained? 5, location is a high priority issue. Will there be any recourse mitigation if promises of a soundproof kennel is not realized? 6, land in question is at base of a natural amphitheater and theater shaped semicircle which projects sounds upward and bounces them back and forth over valley walls. 7, has a sound survey been done? Request acoustical engineer or other expert to do an estimate of area believed will be affected due to topography and winds. 8, impact of barking on residents and tourists' quality of life, mental health, and well-being. Noise pollution causes stress and other adverse health effects. Elevated environmental noise can cause hearing impairment, hypertension, heart disease, and sleep disturbances. 9. Survival of nearby businesses with presence of barking dogs and negative economic impacts. Impact of dog smells on Pickles Restaurant and patrons. 10. Will this impact the Summers End Marina, Caliche Point on Bordeaux Mountain Villas? 11. More than 25 vacation rentals will be affected. 12. Coral Bay community's main draw for residents and vacationers is it is peaceful and quiet. 13. Negative impact on hospitality industry, which is already struggling and could hurt economy of this area and diminish property values. 14. Noise abatement plans seem unrealistic and unattainable. The plans as they exist do not address the issue of noise in a significant way. 15. Waste disposal. 16. Site is in a floodplain, zones A and AE, building in floodplain in time of sea level rise and climate change. 17. Increased health risk from an impaired body of water. 18. Environmental impacts. 19. Would proposal improve or worsen current feral cat population in Coral Bay? 20. Majority of those in favor do not live in Coral Bay Valley, so not concerned with noise, do not realize how many people will be affected. 21. Music played at Pickles could be heard up the hill. 22. No way proposed location and its kennels would not disturb the peace. 23. Is it worth discussing land swap in another location? 24. Will there be windows in kennels? Will they be closed, air conditioned? 25. Lots of better places for an outside dog kennel. 26. Will outdoor dog run have roof? 27. Once rezoned, no way to stop an influence project. 28. St. John is not best place to raise dogs, not supportive of larger operations in proposed location. 29. Why requested B2 when does not allow dog kennels? Why not commercial, industrial, or variants? 30. Backup electrical power plan. 31. Would property owner agree to further subdivision to retain open space? The following were expressed as reasons for support and response to the concerns above. 1. The Animal Care Center's request is critical to future of animal control, mentoring husbandry to youth, and developing means of becoming financially self-supporting in the future. 2. The Animal Care Center, ACC, has worked with the Department of Agriculture to manage and control feral and abused animals of St. John. 3. ACC is only entity responsible for the feral and abused animals on St. John. 4. ACC's primary feral cat program includes feeding stations and trapping of cats for neutering. 5. ACC was responsible for air evacuation prior to and after the 2017 storms. 16. Location well suited for proposed usage. 7. Cruise Bay location no more noisy than general traffic and surrounding businesses. 8. Property large enough to mitigate noise and sanitary issues. 9. Shelters and boarding kennels have mitigated sounds of barking dogs worldwide. Technology exists, is available, and widespread. 10. Not a great amount of land zoned for business or commercial uses on St. John. 11. Another area suggested, but it's difficult to find another comparable property on St. John at same price. Little land of this type on St. John, and even less with relatively level terrain. 12. Current zoning would allow significant residential development, a source of significant noise. 13. Noise can be mitigated. ACC proposes both perimeter walls with sound-absorbing materials and landscape buffering to further mitigate and absorb noise. 14. Dogs shall be kept inside at night. 15. ACC currently self-sufficient on solar power and continue to do same to provide air conditioning to indoor areas. 16. B2 suggested since adjacent parcels have same zoning and the zone does allow animals, hospitals, and clinics. Surrounding parcels are used commercially. 17. ACC plans no further subdivision. Analysis. During the department's public hearing, Mr. Michael Millen, Mr. Ryan Moore, and Ms. Jessica Palmer testified on behalf of the Animal Care Center of St. John, Inc. The proposed use will be developed in one phase, taking less than a year, and consisting of one building with a maximum of 2 stories, developed on the highest point of the property due to flooding. Regarding the environmental concerns, the Animal Care Center, ACC, would have to meet the various permitting agencies' requirements and standards for environmental health and safety prior to commencing construction, namely coastal zone management, environmental protection, and building permits, floodplain management. Federal flood insurance is required for all buildings in mapped flood zones shown on FEMA maps if they are financed by federally backed loans or mortgages. All elevations to the building should be met to avoid future events related to flooding. Most of the site will be undeveloped for stormwater retention. A playground and walking trail could go in the undeveloped area so as not to disturb stormwater retention. The applicant petitioned for the rezoning as there had been an increased need for their services, especially in the Coral Bay area. They plan to move their current undersized facility to a more updated facility closer to where many of the animals come from. Design-wise, the kennels will be indoors and dogs will be spaced with walls in the middle of kennels so no interaction and thus agitation and noise would not occur between dogs. The dogs would be inside from 5 p.m. to 9 a.m. A certified company will be hired that specializes in soundproofing shelters, and an employee will live on site to immediately address any disturbances. At a minimum, indoor noise will be mitigated with use of wall-insulated panels and installation of rubber panels on walls, floor, roof, and deck. Outdoor noise will be minimized by filling in the concrete front walls with sand and adding noise buffers, such as a perimeter wall. The department recognizes the importance of the petition and believes a balance with the surrounding residences and vacation rentals can be found. The department is not inclined to recommend a rezoning, but rather use variances with conditions that can be fulfilled with acquisition of coastal zone and building permits. Recommendation. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that parcel number 14, Remainder Estate Carolina, number 1, Coral Bay Quarter, St. John, be granted use variances to allow for animals, boarding kennels, clinic, office, hospital, veterinary, shelter, pound, and playgrounds with the following conditions. 1. Noise survey shall be conducted prior to the building permit application submission to determine the area that may be impacted by noise. 2. Noise-proof building walls and ceilings shall be designed and developed based on results of noise survey. 3. No outdoor kennels allowed. Signed by retired Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards, dated December 3rd, 2020. That concludes the reading.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pulamis. And next we'll go to Mr. Milne. You're recognized for your testimony at this time.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. It's a wonderful cause. I've been working with the ACC for 25 years, and it's a significant need for St. John, and nobody else works as hard as the people that do at ACC. I don't know if we can put the graphics up on the screen. Is that possible to walk through that presentation?
Do you have an official testimony, or are you just going to be...
I didn't have written testimony. I was just going to introduce the presentation and walk through the drawings and presentation.
Very well. Media, you could go ahead and run the presentation.
This is, it's a nonprofit. A lot of the funding, or all of the funding, is by donation and outreach and trying to meet with the public. As you can tell from the support letters, there's a great deal of support for this project on St. John. Next slide. This is Ryan, who's behind me today. A lot of dogs, cats are feral and not doing well. ACC finds homes for them, rehabilitates them, and brings them back to health. Here's a lot of the examples of animals being brought to different parts of the states. ACC is a no-kill shelter, so if they get to the shelter, they will find a home one way or the other. More photos of them heading off island. And the cats. Don't forget the cats. Oh, that one's not so good. Here's an example of strays that are found without food or shelter, and then the same dog, a short time later, back in health and looking for a home. Another example of a dog found in bad shape and doing much better later. So these are the drawings that we submitted to DPNR. We're in the initial stages of the CZM level set of drawings. We're looking for zoning compliance so that we can move forward with the project. We're trying to keep a design that you can see the site. The building is proposed for the northern corner of the site. All the parking and the building itself is at that point, at the high point. And then the southern section would be left undeveloped, and that's closer to the main road. So the building would be offset. A lot of that area would be used for stormwater retention, reducing impact to the rest of the community, trying to keep it very low key and residential in nature. Two-story maximum. DPNR has already outlined all the different program requirements or program components, but I know noise has always been an issue. All the kennels are indoor, air-conditioned, sound abatement fabrics, and panels to reduce that reflection of a sound. We did discuss hiring acoustic consultants to make sure that everything is done properly. Different layouts for the different parts of the building. Here's the elevations of the building sections. And I guess that's about it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner or Ms. Laplace Matthew, we vetted this very same measure back in the 33rd legislature. Can you put on record what transpired and the reason for us, again, reconsidering this measure?
Yes, Senator, thank you. So there was a bill proposed. The bill, however, did not contain the conditions the department recommended as part of the approval. So the bill was vetoed. So the applicant is here trying to get this brought forth again.
Very well, thank you. Anything else on this particular bill?
No, Senator.
Very well. So let's move and proceed to Bill 35-0040 at this time.
Okay, good morning again. Report on petition to amend official zoning map number STZ-7. Application number ZAT-23-3. Petition of Alpine Group, USVI LLC, requesting that a use variance be granted to the R3 residential medium density zoned parcel numbers A-1-24 and A-1-25 Estate Thomas, number 6K New Quarter, St. Thomas. Project profile. Owner applicant, Alpine Group USVI LLC, as per special warranty deed dated July 26, 2021. Document numbers 2021 005145 and 2021 005146. Acreage. The properties comprise a total of 2.55 acres and is described on PWD drawing number D9-3894-T87. The property is undeveloped. Proposed use. A mixed-use development consisting of an office, 2 employee housing units, and parking. Surrounding uses and zones. To the north is the former Paradise Point ticket booth. Undeveloped land surrounds the property to the north, east, south, and west. The surrounding area is zoned R1, residential low density, R3, B2, business secondary neighborhood, and C, commercial. Infrastructure. Water needs will be supplied by cistern. Wastewater will be handled by a sewage treatment plant. Public response. At DPNR's public hearing held November 21, 2022, one adjacent property owner expressed concern with the road and there currently being no proper drainage. Analysis. During the department's public hearing, Alpine Group representatives, Mr. Pat Bailey and Ms. Leah Houston, and their consultant BioImpact testified the intent is to construct the office for Alpine Group and 2 efficiency-style dwelling units. The 2-story building will have the office on the top floor and the housing on the bottom floor. The housing would not be open market, but for use by employees and visitors. Approximately 10 people, employees and office visitors, would be occupying the site daily. The current R3 zoning allows for retail, office, and other non-residential uses, however, with conditions, namely, a hotel, guest house, and/or apartment complex of 5+ units would need to be on the site to allow the non-residential unit uses as accessory uses. The area has a mix of zones and has developed with a mix of residential, business, and commercial uses. In analyzing the applicant's request, the department considered the uses that could be developed under the R1 and R3 zoning of the surrounding area and the compatibility with an office and housing. There were no concerns expressed by the public on the proposal, and the current existence of mixed uses and zones in the greater surrounding area would not be negatively impacted by an office. Recommendation: the Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that a use variance be granted to the R3 residential medium density zoned parcel numbers A-1-24 and A-1-25 Estate Thomas, number 6K New Quarter St. Thomas, to allow for offices. Signed by retired Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards, dated January 17, 2023. And that concludes the department's report on this petition.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'll go to Mr. Charles.
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Honorable Senate President Novell E. Francis Jr., members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, and the listening audience. I am Jason Charles, and I'm here in my capacity as Chief of External Affairs for Alpine Securities USVI. With me in the chambers and are members of BioImpact team. To my right is Ms. Jana Nielsen Babbitt, and she will be representing Impact, who helped us on a environmental assessment as well as any construction issues. Also in the chambers and is the COO, Ms. Catherine Bryan. She is back there. She's here to support us, and any questions you may have, she may also be able to answer. As you know, Alpine Securities is an investment trading firm based here in St. Thomas, USVI, since 2008. We are beneficiaries of the USVI Economic Development Authority Economic Development Commission Tax Incentive Program. Alpine has truly enjoyed giving back to the community. In addition to funding many community organizations, we have started several of our own initiatives to include the King of the Wing contest, which has raised over $600,000 towards local charities such as Nana Baby Home, Junior Achievement of the Virgin Islands, and most recently, the Children's Museum. Today, we are here to request a use variance be granted to R3 residential medium density zone parcels number A-124, A-125 Estate Thomas, and number 6K New Quarters St. Thomas for the purpose of constructing a permanent office building for Alpine's headquarters. We hope this body will find this request as Alpine furthers its commitment and itself to its operations to be placed in the St. Thomas for years to come. They intend to construct offices for Alpine is consistent of 2 efficiency-style dwelling units. The 2-story building will have the office on the top floor and housing on the bottom floor. Make no mistake, this is not going to be a project that would allow Airbnbs or any type of tourism-related activities. This is going to be simply for our employees and for visitors that we may have that are related to the company at some point. So I want to make sure that's put out there clearly. Approximately 10 employees will be traversing that site daily. Currently, the land surrounding the property is north, east, south, and west are undeveloped. The surrounding area is zoned R1, residential low density, R3, B2, business secondary neighborhood, and C. Alpine is excited at the possibility of securing permanent home for its company in its beautiful estate, Amos. With this body's approval, we hope to commence work on this project as soon as possible. We thank you for the opportunity to present our request and remain available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Charles. Ms. Bobbitt, do you have any testimony as well?
Yes, Senate President. I actually have a slide,
Okay.
please.
Media, can you go ahead and run the slide while Ms. Bobbitt narrate?
Good morning again. In the interest of time, since much of the information on the slides have already been covered, I'll skip through and just provide some illustrations about the area. Thank you. Okay, so this is a map to show you the project site, which is circled in blue. The site is located to the east of the Haven site area.
Can you project a little bit more, please?
I'm sorry?
Just get a little bit louder, closer
okay,
to the
yes.
mic, yeah.
The site is located to the east of Haven site area and is on the roadway to Paradise Point. The tramway runs immediately adjacent to the property, and the property is just outside of the CZM Tier 1 zone. This summary was already covered by Ms. Laplace Matthews. It just describes the acreage, so I will skip to the next one. This is a survey map for the site. As you can see, it is a fairly steep site, and there is just one large kennep tree on the site. There are no large mature trees other than the kennep. Again, this shows the topography, the steepness of the site in relation to the proposed structure that Alpine would like to construct. This is a little bit more of the same, a topography from a different angle. And a visual of what the project is intended to look like. This aerial shows the site in relation to the cistern, which has a reddish roof, and the tramway and the road which surrounds the property on 3 sides. These are photos of the site, which used to have a catchment, a water catchment area. The image on the left is, oh, excuse me, I think my left and right. The one on the left side is from 1954, and the one on the right is from the early 1940s, or I might have that, excuse me. 1940s on the left, 1950s on the right. So that's just to show what the site looked like previously. This survey map highlights the remains of the old water catchment that was in the previous photos, which is on the left side. These are primarily stone walls that remain. There are some pieces of old concrete in the northeastern corner of the site, which remain from the catchment. The old cistern still remains across the roadway. These are photos to show some of the remaining concrete debris on the site from the old water catchment system that was in the images. These are boulders, or these are images of boulders and pieces of the catchment in the northeastern corner. You can also see a junked Volkswagen car has been left on the site, and the remains of the old stone walls. This is another map, and this depicts the property in relation to the residential community to the east and to the commercial uses to the north and the west. As both Ms. Laplace and Mr. Charles already described, this is the zoning around the plot. You can see R3, R1, R3, undeveloped. And this is just a different map of the same information from an aerial view. And that concludes the presentation from the environmental consulting firm.
Very well, thank you very much. Mr. Charles, do you have a copy, a photo of what is the projected outcome, the final product look like?
It was posted a minute
there.
ago, but we could I could have that.
I think,
given
well,
to you,
when my colleague is saying it went a little bit too fast, if
okay,
media could show that
we could
again.
pull it up one more time, Donna.
Media help? Do you mind putting the slides back up for me?
So it's a very steep property. So we're building it on. It's kind of building it on
Thank
somewhat on a cliff.
Yes.
And upstairs will consist of 13 parking spaces to the top layer. I guess will be the top floor. Anytime I'm wrong, just make sure you jump in. All right. Then it will be the office space, and then to the bottom will be the 2 dormitories, 2 apartments, single efficiency apartments.
Yeah.
That's a really good clear of what we expect to look like.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's satisfy you?
And the building will be designed to withstand hurricane force winds of about 200 miles per hour.
Very well.
Okay.
Thank you. At this time, I'll open up the floor for questions by my colleague, and we'll have a 4-minute round. And we'll begin with you, Senator Francis Heidegger. Good morning. You're recognized.
Good morning. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the people of the territory and staff. First, I'm going to start off with 350052 in regards to the kennel. My first set of question has to do with soundproofing. There has been much concern, even constituents calling in, and their concern had to do with the potential of the noise in the area. And you spoke about the animals being inside between 5 to 9 a.m. What are your thoughts in regards to the soundproofing of that during the evenings? Is that something you're going to do? Because to say that you potentially could do it and you're actually doing it are 2 completely different things.
Definitely doing it.
Okay, so it's something that will be done.
Definitely. We've already done the research. We've contacted multiple firms that do the acoustic consulting. It's a combination of making sure the buildings are enclosed and that the dogs are inside, but then absorbing materials on those walls so that nothing is bouncing around. It's better for the animals. It's better for everybody.
Okay.
It's
Approximately, how many animals do you think you'll be able to hold at any given time, maximum?
I think it was 20 dogs, and I think it was probably 40 cats, I think, off the top of my head.
Okay.
On the drawings, it's actually labeled, and so you can go through.
Well, when I was listening to the testimony, I kind of was like, they're even going to get a glorified babysitter. Somebody's going to be living.
Right. I mean,
Explain that a little bit more.
So the concern is that if there's a problem, if there's dogs barking, if something triggers them, there's somebody there all the time that can, quickly get down and address the situation.
And that person is living there 24/7, or they're going to be there in the evenings?
It's an apartment. It's an efficient apartment. So they can. It's not just a bed in the corner. It's an apartment. So they get to live there all the time, and hopefully be part of the staff.
Okay. One of the other things that animals attract other animals. That's just a given. Between the noise, the scent, how are you guys going to mitigate that when you have potentially these animals outdoors?
So there's screening walls around the perimeter, so that even if the doors are open and during the day, there's nobody, there's not a open fence that donkeys are walking by. I worked there, and on Saturdays there's a ceramic studio right next door, and so I'm on that site for the last 2 years every Saturday.
Okay.
And the donkeys come through, and that can trigger the dogs in the area already, but they're going to be screened at the kennel, and they won't see the donkeys.
Okay, good. Thank you for sharing.
Sure.
Alpine Project, 340040. One of the things that I was reading and listening, there was a concern with drainage. How do you guys intend to address that?
I'll let Miss Bobbitt respond to that.
Sure. So a 2-part answer. The first part is that the site is in a FEMA flood zone X, which means no flooding is expected, so it is not in a floodplain. The second part of that is there's also no drainage ways running directly through the property, so there are no guts on the property. As far as the addition of the driveway, and even stepping back, any area that has been cleared for construction will be re-landscaped and stabilized, so it will not contribute to the runoff in the area. And I was on that call when that happened, and
Okay.
Mr. Hodges, it's the Paradise Point Road.
Okay,
Is
thank you
this-
for sharing that. Something else you guys shared in regards to having two efficiency side on the property. I know what popped into my head
You know what?
when I said I know what popped into my head when you said that.
Okay.
But I would like for you guys to expound a little bit more as to the necessity of it.
Sure.
When you speak about potential of the employees using it and people coming in.
Sure. So Alpine, its footprint is the U.S. Virgin Islands. Its headquarters is the U.S. Virgin Islands. But we do have partners that are based outside of the United States. We have partners that are based in New York, Miami. And so if we decide to have a client meeting or bring partners in to have, strategic discussions regarding the future of our investments and, what we're going to be moving in and looking at this coming year, we'll tend to bring a team in and have them stay somewhere. In the past, we've utilized the Ritz-Carlton because it's close to where our office is in Red Hook. I think now with having this building here, it'll be a good
So
opportunity
it's
for us.
cost effective for you.
Yeah, it'll be a good opportunity for us to be able to have them centralized right there
Okay.
and be able to, get that beautiful harbor.
Okay. Well, my time has been called. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are we having a second round or just this one?
If need be, I'll
Okay.
probably do a rapid round.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Franklin D. Johnson for his 4 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. I'd like to give a special shout out to the St. Peter's and Paul's senior young men that are here in the audience. And I look in the audience and I ask Mr. Farrell, where are the young ladies? And there's no young ladies in this class at this time. So kudos to you guys. And it's important that you be involved in this community and understand the logistics of how politics is operated. So I thank you for even taking your time out today and coming here. Thank Mr. Farrell for bringing the young men out here. And they had a lot of questions they gave me, and I only got 4 minutes. So I got to do my best with what I have here. I get 15 of us, right? I'll start with the Z2-5. I love dogs. I can't live without a dog. When I wake up in the morning, the first thing I do is feed my dogs. And the pictures that you showed here, it's saddening when you see the condition of some of the stray animal. But also on the highways in St. Croix, and quite sure happened in St. John, you see a lot of dead carcass of dogs that were stray that people just didn't take care of. I always said to people, if you can't take care of an animal, don't get it. And my question to you is because DPNR gives some specific conditions here. And one of the conditions, before you could do anything, a survey will be conducted prior to you getting a building permit. Am I correct to say that, Ms. La Paz, that no building permit will be allowed until you do that noise survey?
Correct, Senator.
And you're willing to comply with that?
Yes. Yeah, we're very much interested in complying with everything.
They gave 3 conditions. That was one of them. You're willing to comply with these guidelines that DPNR put in place?
Yes.
And right now you said there's a facility already in St. John?
There's a smaller facility on, I believe it's rented government land in Cruz Bay.
And you're leasing from the government now?
That's leased from the government.
And there's no room for expansion on that property that you're on right now?
It is the size of a postage stamp.
Okay, I understand. With these 2 particular bill here, I have no quarrel. The Department of DPNR is in support with giving you certain conditions. At the appropriate time, I will support it. And I will say thanks for what you're doing for these animals. I really sincerely mean that. I love my dog. I'm not a cat guy, but I love my dog. So definitely I'll be supporting. And Mr. Jason Charles, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I like to hear you speaking loud because when I catch you, you always be hard with me. You're coming here being quiet. I want to ask you a question. How many employees does Alpine has right now?
Currently, off the top of my head, I think we're around, about 11 or 12 right now, solid.
And where is your office located? At this time, you're renting?
Yeah, we
space?
have been in the location of American Yard Harbor
One
since
minute.
about 2008. And so we're looking for a permanent home. And this is going to be our permanent home.
That's a good thing. Anytime you can save some money, and Alpine have been generous to this community, and many times I saw you guys donate some funds, so you'll be able to give a little more this time once you get this done.
Well, I mean, we have, interesting that you talked about that. In the period that Alpine has been around, we've extended, I would say, roughly over $3 to $5 million in contributions,
30 seconds.
indirectly or directly to the community. A lot of times, the owner of the company chooses to do it anonymously, and so there's a lot of things that have happened over the years that Alpine felt compelled to do because this is a very small community. But it's not about notoriety. It's just because it's the right thing to do.
And my last question will go to DPNR. In the last segment, you said it starts off on
Time.
page 2 of 2. May I wrap up, Mr. President?
You may wrap up.
You talk about a hotel, guest house, and or apartment complex of 5+ units would be needed on the site. This is addition to what they proposed. It is all in one structure.
No, Senator, it's a clarification of the R3 zoning. If you wanted to do an office, you had to have either a hotel, guest house, or apartment complex of at least 5 units in order to get an accessory office.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. And of course, we didn't talk about spay and neuter today, but to stop the abuse that we're seeing of our animal population, especially with our dogs, we strongly encourage spay and neuter of those because I too feel very connected to my canine. We don't call him dog, right? My canine. Next, we'll go to Senator Graff. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Welcome to the young men from Catholic School. Mr. Farrell also is a great man for you to follow in his footsteps, okay? Military, top NCO. So I'm confident that you're under good leadership. Good to see you. And I was asking, any future senators in the bunch? No? Okay, not yet. Not yet. Not
Soon
yet. Yeah, down the road. Okay, to St. John, again, for dogs, when I hear the fancy names, canines, and I grew up with a little mutt. Whatever we ate, he ate. But that dog defended us to the end. So,
best friend.
So I'm an animal lover, period. But again, one issue I've always had when it came to kennels, I support 100%. But I'm just saying, how do you mitigate the scent or the disposal of feces and urine and stuff at your kennel? How do you do that?
So definitely have to clean and be cleaning and wash the kennels down. All that is taken to a wastewater treatment plant.
Okay.
And that's all treated and processed underground quietly. It's basically the same as the Cruz Bay Municipal Plant, but the cover on it and then buried. It's
okay, so
aerobic system.
Ms. Laplace Matthew, welcome. Was that a part of the plans, the wastewater treatment plant and everything?
Yes, Senator.
For the variants that you recommended?
Yes.
Okay, good. So again, thank you for that. Mr. Jason Charles, I'm here looking at the map. That's a fine piece of property you got here.
Yes.
Beautiful. When you look out and that's the Virgin Islands right there.
That is.
So I'm happy to see that. You mentioned having the catchment on the property, the reservoir portion of the catchment.
So I'll first begin and then I'll allow our staff to help us with that. But the catchment was designed and built I think in the 1940s or earlier than that,
right?
To be able to help with the water surplus. They were built here. They were being built on the western side of the island next to UVI. And of course, when we moved away from the catchment systems, the property was just left that way, and it deteriorated to the point where it is what it is now. And so our goal is to remove all the old debris that's there to prepare the site so that we can be able, with your approval, to be able to build the office building that would cement us in the U.S. Virgin Islands.
One minute.
Because I propose to utilize all the abandoned catchments in the territory to be put them under Department of Agriculture, not on your private property, but I'm just saying, so the uses of having a catchment is a great thing. Now, the catchment comes with a reservoir that was basically a concrete structure that was used to capture water. What is the foundation of your facility that you're looking at? At some point, there's the reservoir attached to it.
30
How
seconds.
solid is the earth for that type of structure that you're looking to build?
Ms. Bobbitt, you could dig down into the details of that.
Thank you for your question. If you remember one of the images of the maps, there was a reddish structure on the other side of the roadway. That was the old reservoir or cistern for the catchment. And just to clarify, the catchment is in rubble. It's in a state of rubble. The pictures show the last of the concrete bricks. So even if we were to preserve, there's nothing, not much left of it.
Time.
And again, thank you again. I stand in support. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Before we go to Senator Carrion, Mr. Charles, is there any discussion in respect to alternative energy, green energy that's going to be deployed on this building?
You want to jump on it? Huh? Are we doing it? Okay. So the building will be designed to be as efficient as possible. We're using, right now, initially we're using this model called the Banhu model, which allows for more efficiency and energy in terms of ultraviolet light coming into the building, would allow us to reduce our energy costs for ACs and different of that nature. But we do not have, I have not seen plans yet that would allow us to put some solar on the building. But I'm sure we're definitely going to have a backup generator as we need to have consistency with our power supply. But I think that is something that we will be open to having a discussion on that, and let's see what it fits within the scope of the budget costs.
Very well, thank you. Commissioner, before we proceed, is there any discussion with new builders as they come on board for some level of alternative energy deployment, especially for businesses and buildings? Is there any discussion being had in respect to that? Any part of the comprehensive land and water use plan that speaks to any type of green energy requirements?
Good morning, Senator.
Good morning.
Jean-Pierre Oriol for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Thus far, we are having an energy component as part of the comprehensive land and water use plan. But right now, the Energy Office is actually running, I believe, what they call their net billing program as well. So we moved away from net metering several years ago. There is a new updated plan, but again, the idea is to encourage more owners to be able to decrease the dependency on the grid, but while we also are wanting to be able to gain and put back into the grid, because WAPA is a municipal system. So the more people that come off, then the people that remain on have to absorb the costs for maintenance on the lines and everything like that. So it can't be everybody breaks away from there.
Correct.
There has to be a way that, we look at solar or alternative energies from a municipal standpoint, which is, WAPA supplying it, or how others provide that power to WAPA so that it lessens the cost overall for everybody, because not everyone is going to be able to maintain. But the more efficiency that's built into the systems, particularly even at their building scale, whether that's using natural light, we have a program in DPNR called LID, which is Low Impact Development, and it speaks to all the things you can do on your personal parcel to be able to maximize the efficiency and things that you get out of the territory here as well.
Very well. I'm sure we'll have some further discussion about that because, I want to see a vision where we're actually, I guess with these energy development and those individuals that's coming off the grid is that at least they'll put back something into the grid and will help to drive down the operating costs as we continue to see, every time we make one step forward, two step backwards in respect to cost. So I think that I'd like to see where they're actually supporting and assisting the operation of it so it could drive down the need for WAPA to be able to be expending so much fuel and those different things. That's a wider discussion that we'll have. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 4 minutes at this time. Please recognize the mic of Senator Carrion.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues and the viewing and listening audience and the testifiers that we have here present. Regards to SJ number 3, the rezoning for ACC, the Animal Care Center. We know we have a great need, and you guys play an integral role in health issue also, because if we have stray animals constantly on the streets, it creates a health issue within the community and so forth. How many animals do you guys service on a yearly basis?
I'll defer to ACC staff on actual numbers.
Okay.
Usually animals that are in-house.
Yeah, you just want to have an idea of the type of operation that you have. Can you hold my time, Mr. Chair?
I guess this. Again. Yeah, pull the mic a little closer to you, please. I'll give you a name and.
My name is Ryan Moore. I'm the shelter director for the Animal Care Center of St. John. Good morning, everybody. So to your question, we usually take on anywhere from 200 to 300 animals a year on the island of St. John. Some of those animals do include feral cats that we spay and neuter.
Okay, and currently at your current facility, how many can you hold?
We only have 11 kennels at the ACC, and I currently have 7 dogs, so we're almost full.
Okay, 7, okay. And in comparison to the new facility, what you'll be able to hold?
Well, like Michael mentioned, I think 20 kennels, maybe, I think is what we're looking for.
And so what would this signify or mean to your organization?
It would mean a great deal. We currently sit on government land, and we've had a great relationship. But being a nonprofit organization, that's a huge chunk of money that's going out our door back to the government that we could use to help facilitate the animals on St. John. And currently, we're located between a school and a library. So,
got you, Ms. Laplace. Other than the concerns brought by those that had some opposition, and most of it spoke about the noise pollution concerns. And I saw that in your recommendations, you requested that a noise survey and noise proof of the building and so forth be done. Any other main concerns that you might have?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
No, Senator, the other concerns would be addressed in the permitting process. It does have to go through the CZM stringent requirements.
Okay. And you also, of course, I think you stated he would have to have various permits, even though this is granted, if it is granted. What are some of those permits that he would have to go through?
So it would have to go through the coastal zone management process to get a CZM permit. It would have to also get flood permit and building permits.
Very well. Regards to Alpine Group, Ms. Laplace, can you share with us why this variance is necessary?
Well, the applicant requested the use variance because the current zoning, R3, doesn't allow the office as a matter of right. So they could have had an office if they had more units, the apartment units, but they do not want that much. So being that the area is mixed use already, there's already commercial, business, residential use, their office would not be conflicting with the surrounding area. It's just that it wouldn't be allowed as a matter of right.
Got you. So how many apartments would they need to be able to be in good standing with what our code requires now based on the zoning that they have?
5+.
5 apartments minimum. Very well. I don't really have any further questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Bolquez. Junior, you're recognized for your 4 minutes at this time. Senator Large Bolquez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, colleagues. Good morning, listening and viewing audience. I'm going to start off with 35-0052. Mr. Mylene, I hope I said that right.
Mill?
Mill?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
You.
I'm seeing a plethora of commentary here on this report, and one that I found very interesting, well, maybe that's not the right word, but St. John is not the best place to raise dogs. I suppose we can only raise dogs on other islands. I'm not sure why that's even there. Mike, I'll say Michael. Is that fine?
That's good.
Okay, let's go with that. How long have you been pursuing this project?
Formally for 3 years on this particular property, I think it is.
Okay, and what's your water capacity there? Because I'm assuming you have to desanitize, wash, clean.
Yeah, I can't remember the number of gallons that we have in the proposed project, but it's substantial.
Okay, because on St. John, we do not have many water line extensions like St. Thomas and St. Croix. I want to put that on the record. We need to extend our water line extensions on the island of St. John. And of course, a business like yourself would need a lot of water in order to treat and clean and desanitize.
So
go ahead.
So there's the catchment from the roof, but there's also well water on the property.
Okay, very well. And your waste management efforts?
So everything goes into wastewater treatment plant. Aerobic little system uses microbes to break down everything that goes down the drain. And what's produced at the back end is gray water that's used for irrigation.
What about berry waste? You do berry waste?
Berry waste?
Stool.
All goes in.
All goes in. Okay.
It's Cruz Bay water treatment plant downtown across from Starfish.
Yeah.
Take that, put a lid on it, and put it underground. That's the same process.
Okay, got it. Okay. And will you still run both facilities?
It's been talked about, but...
Name on the record, sir.
Ryan Moore, Animal Care Center, St. John Shelter Director.
Okay.
We've discussed it, but we haven't gone in depth about the discussion. Again, it is government land, and we do have a lease with Property and Procurement, which I believe runs out in 2026. But we do have a clause in the lease to extend if we need to.
Very well. And you'll have a walk-in trail on this facility, I'm assuming?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And I want to move over to Alpine really quickly before my time runs out. And good morning to everyone at Alpine.
Good morning.
Quick question on your cistern. What's the gallons of capacity on the cistern that you'll be constructing for this building?
All right, I'll allow Ms. Bobby to go ahead and tell you what the capacity is.
I'm sorry, of the cistern that they will
Yeah, I'm
construct,
assuming
or-
there's no water line up there as well.
There is no water
Okay.
line up there.
We're building a cistern.
Yeah.
I actually do not have those details, Senator.
Okay, no details on that. Okay.
I'll have that
the
provided to you later.
Thank you, sir. Elevation, what's the elevation on the property? I only asked that question because there was a commentary concerning drainage, and I'm trying to figure out how you would mitigate those draining issues, if there are any,
Sure,
at that elevation.
It's over 800 feet above sea level, and the drainage will be mitigated by landscaping, actually.
Okay, okay.
So if I could jump in here real quickly.
Yeah.
So what we're trying to do is we're going to put in a system that allows that whatever water runs down, put it in a gray water system to facilitate the landscaping. So it's going to be reusing water over and over just to make sure we don't have that impact.
There will be a wastewater treatment facility on site.
Okay, excellent, excellent. And we're
30
going,
seconds.
We're going from low density to medium density. I have no quarrels with any of these bills, 35-0052 and 0053. I'm looking forward to voting at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolquez Jr. Point of inquiry, Senator Johnson.
Inquiries to Alpine. With your property that you're going to now build and develop, what would that have to do with your EDA benefits or your taxes? How would that
Actually,
EDC benefits?
That's, one of the, I've worked in the EDC before this in a different life. I worked in the EDC as a regulator. And we always, during that period of time, we always want companies to be able to have an actual footprint here and have an office here and set up an organization. What that means is that they're going to employ more individuals. It's going to be more indirect impact to the overall growth of the economy. So as it relates to our benefit, this is actually a good thing because we're showing substantial commitment to the Virgin Islands. So it's not going to have any impact on our application or on our benefits. No.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Point of inquiry, Senator James. Maurice James, that is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You would now have to pay property taxes? That's my question.
And it's a very good question.
Would you have to pay property taxes?
It's a very good question. And the reason why it's a good question is because the EDA has different categories. And so we stand as a designated service category. What used to be called category 2A is now category 4. So it's a part of our special conditions if we would be required to pay property taxes on subjected property. So your question is, at this time, until our property is built, until our property is it's completed and it is ours and it meets the regulation, we are not going to be paying any substantial taxes on it because that's a part of our benefits.
Okay, thank you.
Any property taxes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Potter. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to testifiers who are before us today. When you're number 7 in the batting lineup, most of the questions of consequence have been asked and answered, but I think I might be able to generate a couple. With these initiatives, the reasonableness of the rezoning really is what I, consider, what I look at first. And I find the 2 rezoning requests to be very reasonable. I had an opportunity last night. I don't know, Mr. Milne, if you had an opportunity to watch 60 Minutes. There was a special on dogs. I think the evolution of dogs, how dogs evolved to become man's best friend or something like that. It was very interesting. But that's not my question. My question to you is, do you see any of the concerns expressed by the opposers to this rezoning? Do you find any of them to be reasonable?
Everybody's thoughts are reasonable. We're trying to balance all those out. There's a significant need in the island. We're trying to meet that need, and there will always be some concerns by people that are impacted. Our job is to mitigate that as much as possible and come up with a real response, and that's our goal.
Have you factored in the cost of accommodating the concerns, which appears to me to be the noise, potential noise, the barking dogs, villas in the area, residents in the area? And there is a level of skepticism that the remediations that you're going to implement may be superficial, may not, when all is said and done, this rezoning is passed, the dogs are barking, and you just have some superficial soundproofing that you're implementing. Can you talk to me a little bit about that, why they should not be concerned?
So when these issues first came up in the last session, when we were proposing the project, I started really getting into the research on the soundproofing, and there are a number of consultants that do nothing but sound abatement for kennels. And it was actually great to see that this was an opportunity out there. I haven't talked fees with them yet, but we want to work with DPNR and meet the requirements and meet the recommendations for every project. And this is just like that. But we're going to do what's necessary, and if that's on the list, then we'll figure out how to get it done.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
And Ms. Laplace, you mentioned the requirement of sound survey. In order for the variance to be approved, it would come with the condition that a sound survey is done. Can you walk me through what a sound survey would entail?
Well, I'm not an expert in the sound survey, but the consultants would come to the area and I would assume put recording devices to hear where the noise is going, where it's generated from, where it's going, and then they'll design a kennel that would lessen that noise, for the areas that are getting the noise.
Okay. And Mr. Charles, with regards to the timeline for constructing and completing this project, what sort of timeline are you looking at?
Well, as soon as we get through this process, I think we have to do building permits. Am I correct, Commissioner? Once we get our building permits, we're ready to go. The funding is there to start the project. All we need now is to is the okay by this step, and we'll move forward.
Maybe like a 2-year time frame.
I would say roughly about 12 to 15 months.
Okay.
Is what we're looking at. Yeah, we're ready to go. We're excited about this project.
Okay.
Time.
Excellent. One final question, if I may. Commissioner, I know you're doing this massive land and water use plan initiative. I was up there at your offices sometime last week, and the general public is definitely engaged and involved. How would, once a comprehensive land and water use plan has been implemented, what impact will it have on sessions like this? Is there room for appeals, for example, if an applicant isn't satisfied with whatever the existing land and water use plan calls for? Is there a role for this body? Will there be a continued role for this body to participate in the appeal process and all of that?
So, thank you for the question, Senator. One of the main questions with the comprehensive plan is how rigid do we want it to be, right? Me personally, I think rigidity has its places, but in the towns and the lower areas, mixed-use development is probably the best way to go. We are here right now because the R3 zoning for Mr. Charles and Alpine is so rigid that I can't build 2 or 10 office spaces unless I build 5 or 6 units minimum. Yeah. But I could build the Ritz-Carlton in the same spot that he's in right now. Right? So the process to get through where you are is going to now determine on how rigid do we make the final piece of things. I expect that the community will want to see more rigidity in the residential low-density areas as opposed to in the towns areas where you would have more discussion on mixed-use development and such. Maybe there would be more parameters that are spoken of up front in order for people to meet those needs. But we will never get rid of the opportunity for an entity to appeal for an alternate use, because I don't think there's any way that we could say right now in 2023 we can factor all of the things that are taking place, let's say in 2053. And so you have to be able to leave a group, whether it's this body or a planning board like it used to be, the ability to hear an applicant, to review the existing condition and see whether or not the site that is being recommended for a variance is appropriate. I think that that's the key thing with all of these things, is whether or not the site that you are looking at, if it is appropriate for the use that is being requested.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you very much for the flexibility, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I think that was a very important point to make, and be careful what we ask for, right? We want a comprehensive land and water use plan, and it comes with some requirements. I think that it's critical that we understand that. It changes the face and really kind of just earmark and set out, exactly where certain things will be able to occur and happen. And of course, there should be some level of appeal that's built into the process, but again, that should be minimal because the real issue is that the committee have already determined or will determine by then, where they want what. So we got to be very careful with what we're saying there. I'm hoping that with this whole discussion that in fact we could see a city planner that also will be tied into this matter so that we could really start to hold some level of accountability even for capital projects and those type of things that the government is involved in. So that we could, make a determination where do we go from here. Are you supportive of a city planner, or you find yourself as being a city planner?
I am supportive of adding as many planning staff as possible into my department, Senator. I think that Leah and Jewel do an excellent job handling the needs of the community, but there are things right now, just even the tools, just to be able to use GIS to demonstrate to the public exactly what your build-out scenario is. And those are special skills. Like I tinker with GIS, but I'm certainly not a GIS professional. Those guys can do things and demonstrate to the community what things will look like given the certain scenarios. It's all about modeling and being able to help people with that. So.
And be able to have impacts. I mean, obviously you start here, but then when you look at runoff and all these type of things, you want to make sure that we are determining exactly what happens there. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your point of information. You're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Charles, I know you told the last speaker in respect to your financing, it's all there. What the price tag for this development, for such a development?
Yeah, great question. We're looking roughly right now at about $3 million. However, with the inflation expectation, we expect the cost to rise a bit more. But at this point, we're looking at about $3 million is what is the value of this project would be.
Okay, very well. And quickly, about how much construction job is speaking of also in that respect for such a project?
That's a good question. I don't have the answer to that right away, but I would assume if we want to get it done in 12 to 15 months, correct, it's going to require us to have a number roughly. Please don't hold me to it, but a member of about 30 people to be out there getting the work done.
Very well. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr.
Very well. Thank you. Time is of the essence because obviously with every day costs go up. So that $3 million could go to $5 million if we don't do it within a reasonable time frame.
Yeah.
It's astronomical. Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, everyone here, and my colleagues, and of course, the staff of the legislature. I actually was going to ask that same question to the commissioner. So I said, my colleague said by the time it gets to him, the questions have been exhausted. So now I'm right behind him, and when he asked the question, I wanted to. But anyway, I wanted to say to the St. John, the Animal Care Center, ACC, that I know how to solve your problem with noise because I am a cat woman. So if it was only cats, you would not have that. That's the only way to solve it, right? But I did note throughout the documents that we received that there were a number of people who said that concrete would not solve the noise problem. So do you agree with that? And how do you plan to buffer the noise in that area?
So concrete is very reflective for acoustics. So if you have just concrete walls, it'll bounce off and reverberate, and that won't solve the problem. You need a combination of the hard wall, the dense wall, and that's where we were talking about concrete block filled with sand, but also softer materials that are on that wall. So sound-absorbing panels, and they make some specifically for kennels that absorb the sound versus reflect the sound.
Okay, you're a nonprofit, correct?
The ACC is.
Excuse me?
The ACC is. I'm an architect.
Yeah, I meant the.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, the applicant.
Yes.
Okay, and but you were leasing from the government in Cruz Bay, So you raised funds, or the applicant raised funds to purchase the property in Coral Bay? Is that what happened?
The money was left to us in an endowment, specifically to buy land for a new shelter in the future.
Great. And so also now to construct the building and the expense of the buffers, is that going to be done through an endowment also?
We would have to raise the funds.
You'd have to.
There are many, many folks out there already who are committed in some manner, whether it's construction, money, et cetera. But yes, we would have to raise the funds to build the facility.
Okay, I was wondering about that. Another thing that I noticed in the documents, there were several people who pointed out that there were other commercial properties elsewhere. But I mean, the fact that you got the land through an endowment, clearly that's where you would go. So that answers my question. But did you look at other properties at any time prior to this to see if it could accommodate what you wanted to do?
We did look at a property in Adrian, which is sort of the middle of the island, which obviously would have been great because it's halfway between Coral Bay and Cruz Bay. But after looking at the land, it was adjacent to the national park. And if we were to build, we would excavate and basically have to build a skyscraper. There was nowhere to go because of the national park land surrounding it.
Yeah, I understand that. Thank you. What about the smell, the waste? How is that going to be addressed?
The smell is only a problem if you don't clean and don't wash out the kennels. So it just has to be done.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And I will go to Mr. Charles. Good morning.
Good morning.
The only question I had was, do you anticipate expanding on this property?
At this point, no, we don't. The property size is 2.55 acres. We could really fit our footprint, and it's about roughly 2,500 feet. You could fit it about 4 times on our property. At this point, we're not trying to build this huge conglomerate on that property. We want to make sure we keep it looking natural, but a little bit of, contemporary, modern look on the hill. So we're not trying to build a conglomerate up there.
Okay.
It doesn't fit in with the design.
Right. The drawings are beautiful.
Thank you.
I want to say that. And Commissioner Oriel.
30 seconds.
Okay, this is going to be straight. You talk about rigidity in the plan. In order for the plan to be enforced, it would have to be adopted by this body, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James. And Madam Clerk, if you could recognize the presence of Senator Javon James Sr. as well as Senator Donna Frank Gregory. Good morning, Senators. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. At this time, we'll go to Senator Javon James Sr. for his 4 minutes round.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I don't think I would need all of my time. But I have a quick question regarding Alpine Group USVI. That's for application number ZAT23-3. I realize here that it references a hotel, guest house, and/or apartment complex of 5+ units or something like that.
Okay. Why we are here today is because the residential zoning requires that. So we're seeking a variance to that zoning that allow us to have a smaller footprint than what the requirements of the R3 zoning is. So we're proposing to build a 2-story structure with a top structure that has a parking lot that allows for 13 parking spaces. The first floor, the top floor would have the office space, and the bottom floor would be 2 studio-like apartments that would allow us to have clients or partners from different firms that we conduct business with to allow to be able to stay there instead of staying in a traditional hotel. We are not going to use those 2 apartments to do any Airbnbs or any commercial real estate from that.
Thank you for that clarification. It sounds like the ideal place to work. And I like zonings or rezonings where there are no opposition, so I'm happy to know that your neighbors are in favor of this rezoning. As far as the one for the Animal Care Center of St. John, I don't know what it is. I thought that we did something like this in the 33rd or 34th. So it seemed like anytime they wanted to do something like this on St. John, individuals do kick up. I am not a resident of St. John. I would lean on the Senator at large for further advice. But I'm just hoping and praying with the recommendations made by DPNR regarding noise. Obviously, my colleagues probably asked that question already, so I don't want to be redundant. But I just want to make sure that you have the financial resources to noise-proof the building and provide a noise survey. Is that the case?
That is the case. The reason it sounds familiar is because we were here at the 33rd doing the same project, and it was approved, but the text wasn't resolved before the end of the session, and so there was no opportunity to revise the text after the fact. And so we've come back to reapply and hopefully be approved again.
Well, hope we don't have to see you again for the same rezoning. But if we do see you again, it's for another opportunity on St. John. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time. When it's time to vote in session, I will vote in affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Noise is something that somewhat could be subjective at times. I move the noise pollution legislation recently. Took years and years for us to really develop. And when you talk about dogs barking or canine barking, you always have the issue of what makes them bark in the first place. One thing that sets my canines crazy is sirens. When they hear sirens, they start to howl and go a little bit off. So again, we have to be able to endure that type of stuff, regardless of where they go. They're subjected to make some sound that could very well be offensive to some and also enjoyed by others. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Fred Gregory. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the testifiers and good morning to my colleagues. So I've listened to the conversation, and I would like to ask through the chair to the legal counsel. May I proceed? Through the chair to the legal counsel?
You may proceed.
So of course, this measure, the bill that's before us, the bill with the animal shelter, that was passed in the 33rd legislature. But the testimony that I'm hearing as I was coming here is that it was vetoed because there were elements of the zoning that were not included. Do you have a copy of that bill? Because I was trying to find it, but I'm unable to locate it.
Please recognize the mic of the legal counsel.
Through the chair to Senator Fred Gregory, if you're referring to the vetoed bill.
Correct.
Yes, I don't have a copy here at the desk, but I can get a copy for you.
Okay, so I think one of my colleagues said they have it. I'd just like to get a copy, please, so I could really understand what happened.
Okay.
So let me just ask DPNR then. When I looked at what happened last time, there were like 17 reasons for opposition. What's different today?
Good morning, Senator. So, yes, as you...
And please be succinct, because my time is running.
Yes, so we are here because the 3 conditions that are listed at the end of the zoning report with respect to noise survey, those are not included in bill number 33-0466.
So there was an oversight because when it came down from you initially in the 33rd, it was part of your recommendation. So I guess that was an oversight on the Senate's behalf. So let me ask the nonprofit folks a quick question, and that is: so have you come to an agreement with the neighboring individuals? Because I know there's noise concerns. I mean, I didn't really necessarily see any concerns around smell, but have you come to some conclusion with those folks?
I believe so. We haven't talked to every individual, but the groups that represented themselves, and we've coordinated with them, and we've tried to respond to each one of the questions that were raised.
Okay. So I'll do some more research on it because my time is running. So let me talk to the Alpine group. Let's talk about, because I've heard the discussion, and basically many of the questions were already asked, right? So let's talk about the economic value of this particular project to the Virgin Islands. What's the economic value?
Okay, well, good morning, Senator. The economic value is that we're going to infuse about $3 to $5 million worth of cash directly into the economy through construction. The other economic value that we're going to have is that by having an office location that is centered downtown, our employees will be indirectly spending in the downtown area,
Perfect.
which will enhance the business in those areas.
Thank you.
30 seconds.
Tell me about the construction period and if there are any issues with the road conditions. And as you, I'm trying to pack it in, as you move with the construction, if this is approved, is there any concessions or consideration for addressing the road conditions in that area? And of course, your construction period.
All right, great question, Senator. The construction period is between 12 to 15 months. We will be impacting the road to get up to do the construction, but we will have teams there to help to mitigate the traffic flow if there's any challenges in that period.
So we know that construction destroys roads, right? So
Correct.
that's the question. What is your commitment to ensuring that if there's any destruction to the roadway, that the repairs would
If
take
there
place?
is construction that is impacted by the heavy equipment that we will bring in to our site, we will make sure that we ensure that the road is repaired.
And what's the projected cost for that building in total?
The cost of the building are between $3 to $5 million.
The building itself is only $3 to $5 million. The building that we just saw on the screen.
We're expecting it to be around that, but knowing inflation, we anticipate it'll be more.
I think your
Time.
projection is on the low end, but and I'm just asking because I know that just let me wrap up. What I'm interested in is our gross UC taxes or corporate taxes. How does the Virgin Islands, how does this district, how do our coffers benefit from this at the end of the day?
Yes, the construction itself is where you'll get the majority of your tax revenues coming from that.
Okay, so we want to see more than 3.5 million. We want to. You said 200 wind speed.
We said that the building will be designed to endure about 200 miles per hour wind speed.
Okay, good. So we definitely want to see more than, we want to see a $5 million project. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. You're an EDC company, right? Correct?
Yes, we are.
Inspecting DPNR, in regards, are you a part of our HOA, Mr. Charles? Is there HOA in your area?
Where we're constructing a new site?
Yes.
To my knowledge, we don't have a HOA.
You don't have a HOA?
No.
Commissioner, is there some monitoring in regards to heavy equipment going up these roads during construction?
Yes, there is.
There is, right? Yes. All right, thank you. And who's ultimately responsible for addressing that, monitoring and requiring individuals?
DPNR is ultimately responsible for that as part of the monitoring the building itself. Like what you'll see is conditions that will require the staging of the heavy equipment, even the workers to be parking off-site, not blocking onto the roads. You have to include your mitigation so that if it rains, that you're not seeing a long trail of dirt and debris that comes down. Because I mean, where they are located specifically, it's actually not in a bad location with the switchback, and then you have the tram green space in there, so water can actually go towards there. What most of the residents who may be complaining about is the fact that that road is extrememe steep, but way beyond them. And so there's usually some runoff issues that will take place. I know when some of the high houses on the higher elevation were being constructed, there were some issues as well.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you very much. You have a point of information? 1 second, Senator. A point of information, Senator Blyden.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, in respect, on the same line of questioning, you said DPNR is responsible for heavy equipment, trucker, etc., traversing our roadways. what the process, because I know back in the day when I used to work with my uncle, you had to have tires or wood. Right now I'm seeing Traco in my neighborhood on a regular, and I try to call DPRI, especially on weekends, mashing up our road, and it's a private road that we paid for. What does that look like? Who can we call in order to assure that it's being done the right way, because they're actually tearing up the roads throughout the community? So who deals with that? Because a couple of times I myself called a young man I know from DPR now, but most of the time he's not available. So who can we call, especially on weekends?
So
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let me clarify, Senator. When there is a construction project itself, like DPNR's responsibility is on that construction site. And so you will see conditions that mandate that the heavy equipment be on the site, parking for the construction workers be on the site. We don't want to create areas, particularly on one-lane roads, where you're clogging the infrastructure and the right-of-ways where people have a hard time accessing. If somebody is actually now using or traversing on the public roadways using non-rubber tired equipment, that now falls under Public Works for that, because Public Works is the steward of all the transit system.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Ray Fonseca for his 4 minutes.
Yes, and a pleasant good afternoon to all the listening audience and colleagues. Mr. Chair, I too would also join in recognizing with my colleagues, Mr. Dylan Hodge, and also the son of our honorable distinguished Senator, Donna Fred, for saving the life of an individual this past weekend. Those are what are good about the Virgin Islands, so congratulations. Mr. Michael, okay, the Animal Care Center, I understand that's the only animal care center on St. John, and you're currently in Cruz Bay, and you don't have any free space. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so this property now, it has some free space, and they'll have areas for the dogs, animals, the cats to walk around and, have a little bit of outdoor activities. And where you're currently located, there's no free space for that, right?
The walking of the dogs is around downtown area along the sidewalks.
Okay. Question. So I noticed it's located on a flood plain, and I noticed you did some mitigation where you're going to construct that 2-story building on the top. Now, let me ask you, because I know sometimes when you're looking for financing, if the property is located in a flood plain, there's issues with obtaining financing. So is the financing in place for the building?
Not yet. The entire property is in the flood zone, but we've the portion of the property where the proposed building is above the required height above sea level, so that it's in the best place for that mitigation.
For that property.
So we don't have to do stilts or something like that to deal.
Feral cats, dogs, and taking care for animals. I think that's very important. My dog, one of my dogs, Daffy, just passed away. He was 14 years, so I'm a real lover. It broke my heart, especially my young son. They're about the same age,
Yeah, family members.
So at the appropriate time, I will be supporting Bill number 35-0052.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Alpine Securities. Jason, actually, I have to congratulate you. You remind me, I was over in St. Croix this past Friday. We were entertaining a proposal from a Mr. Matthew and his wife, It's so good when you see Virgin Islanders moving up. This particular gentleman, Mr. Matthew, wanted to bring blocks to the Virgin Islands, and you know how important building materials are. He's actually going to produce blocks. I think that's so wonderful. We can have our own blocks produced. We don't have to rely on a boat to bring them in. And also, he's going to give us a better price. That's the best of the both worlds. So now you're moving up, because this hill here you're going up, this is where, the owner for all of the Kentucky Fried Chicken, all the Pizza Hut, that's going to be your neighbor going up that hill. Let me ask you a particular question now. So it's going to be a 2-story building, about 13 parking spaces.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
so as a little boy growing up, I know that there's deers in that area, and we were discussing, the heavy equipment, et cetera, et cetera. So, Commissioner Oriel, I want to ask you to comment. When there's deers, et cetera, in an area where you're doing development, are there any special provisions where you do anything special for the deers?
Not for deer, no. No, Senator.
Okay, not for deers. Okay. Well, this is great. Alpine Securities is an investment firm, and of course, I keep on the hawk in this that it's so good for the Virgin Islands to be championing the investment and the banking in this community because Jason, I know you like me. The time comes when the good Lord calls us. We're going to be buried here. We're not going any place. And it's always so nice to see locals moving up on the big hill, So congratulations on that. It makes me proud to be a Virgin Islanders when you could look out and see Virgin Islanders coming up. Okay, so let me ask you now. So it's going to be about $3 to $5 million, and you say the financing is in place?
That's correct.
Okay, so basically, how many employees are going to be impacted?
Well, I would say this is going to be an average of about 10 employees daily will be there to that site. So that's what we expect.
Okay, that's very great. That's
Time.
very great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. My condolences on the passing of Duffy. When is the funeral? Oh, my gosh. Sorry to hear that. My condolences. I would have attended. Yes, it's so sad. Senator Kapar, you recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning, people of the Virgin Islands. First, I'll start with Alpine. Congratulations in supporting a permanent home. I could understand not having a permanent home. Looks like a good project. But my only concern is there was mention of a catchment. Is that catchment a historical or cultural resource? Ms. Bobbitt?
Thank you for your question. I was actually hoping someone would ask that. As part of also, in addition to the environmental site assessment, which BioImpact conducted to look at the conditions of the site, Alpine also contracted Cocoso International to do an archaeological survey and to look at the resource. Cocoso recommends that the Virgin Islands State Historic Preservation Office issue a finding of no objection to the development based on the condition of the catchment.
Okay, great.
And there is a full report if that you would like one provided.
Yeah, you can provide that through the chair. Thank you. Can you mention when construction start, what kind of best management practices would you be putting on that site to minimize any stormwater?
Sure, I will take that. I'll take that question as well. Even though the site will be outside the CZM Tier 1, which has very rigid sedimentation and erosion control plans, the site will still implement such plans about not storing hazardous materials overnight, about siltation fences. They will need to have the staging area, as Commissioner Oriel mentioned before, approved by DPNR, so it will still undergo the same rigorous stormwater pollution prevention plan.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Charles, probably you would be able to answer this. How many locals would you be hiring for this project? And do you anticipate hiring anyone off island?
Are you talking about the construction phase?
Yes.
Or are you talking... Okay.
Construction.
Majority of the construction will be done from locally. We've already hired local companies to do the engineering and architectural work for us. We plan to do as much of this work locally. There is a possibility we may seek outside help for the design of the Banyu. It's a special kind of system that helps to make it a little bit more efficient. We may look to get a consultant to help us with that piece.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but majority of 90% of it will be done locally.
Okay. Well, moving on to bill number 35-0052. If anybody knows me, I'm an animal lover. All the stray dogs in my area love me because I carry all my old food from my fridge,
1 minute.
drop it down my hill, and they know when I'm coming, food has arrived. So I am in support of this animal care center for the people of St. John. But I'm very concerned about the animal waste. It was mentioned for infrastructure and aerobic treatment unit. So I'll go to DPNR. Commissioner Oriel, thank you for your attendance today, supporting your staff. I want DPNR to probably give a synopsis, the difference between a traditional septic system to an aerobic system, which would be, producing a higher amount of effluent. So just if you could say, is this a better system to put in for the amount of animal waste that would be generating on a daily basis?
Time.
Thank you for your question, Senator. So, yes, anytime you are doing a package treatment plant and you are mechanically getting to the effluent that is close as possible to ambient conditions, that's what you would like to see. And so the installation of the package plant in order to treat the waste and then be able to reuse that water for whether it's irrigation, secondary uses. Some people even use it to reflush toilets in certain systems, depending how it's designed. So traditional septic system takes the waste. There is some bacteria that's involved, but traditionally here, we do not actually do what we're supposed to do, which is pump out your septic. And so when that waste now rises to the top of your system and you sits on the top of your very thin soil layer and you get rain, that now gets nutrients that make their way all the way into the coastal systems where you see algae and other bacteria that grow. So treating the waste and then putting out a cleaner effluent that can be reused is the preferred methodology for waste treatment system.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just one backup question. So you're saying that you would recommend this system that's being proposed?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. The chair will recognize Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Majority Leader, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. The 0052 St. John, I think the chair went there, but I wasn't clear on it. Would there be any spay and neuter services at the shelter?
Yes, and then there's also a medical facility there as well.
Great. So being located between a school and the library, we could see some of the concerns of the citizens. Will there be any outdoor kennel?
So the existing kennel is between a library and a school. The proposed is not.
Say that again?
The existing facility that's in Cruz Bay, that's the one that's adjacent to the library and the school. The proposed one is not adjacent to a school or library. It's out in the country, pretty much.
Okay. So you'll be able to have outdoor kennels there?
So the kennels themselves are all indoor.
But you have room for outdoor fresh air?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a half-acre property, and we're only taking a small portion of it. The majority of the property will be left open. One of the benefits of this particular site, it's very flat for island, comparison.
Okay.
So it's walkable.
Good. Welcome, Commissioner. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good. You look like you had a weekend at the Battle of the Agencies. I hope you won. Listen, I don't expect for you as a commissioner to be here for every zoning matter. Hence my piece of legislation to create a commission and or the office of a city planner. So I was happy to hear your response there, where this office will be responsible for the planning strategies of our downtown areas and neighborhoods. So I'm looking forward to having a conversation with you on this. Now, this measure in particular on St. John was vetoed back in January 2021. That tells me that in the 33rd, we did that at the end. The governor's veto message suggested that it be amended to address the concerns of the community. Since this veto, have anyone from DPNR visited this particular property?
No, Senator, but to clarify, the veto was because the conditions the department recommended were not included, and those conditions factored in the concerns of the neighbors.
Okay, but
1 minute.
the inspections, I'm concerned about the physical inspections at these areas as requesting zoning. Is it the practice of the department to make physical inspections at every site?
At most sites, this particular one was during the pandemic, so we were hindered at that time.
So the pandemic gone a long time ago. Since then to now, has there been a physical inspection of that property?
No, Senator.
And can you clarify one thing here for me? On the back of these petition reports, where we see this appears to be an electronic signature, but what are these next to the printed name of the assistant commissioner? Is that are those initials or that's a symbol? What
Their initials, Senator.
what initials are they?
They're Miss Laplace's initials.
So what is it?
Leah Laplace.
Huh?
Leah Laplace, LL.
Oh, LL. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Next, we'll hear from Senator Carla Joseph. Madam Secretary, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone. My colleagues have hit on most of the questions that I really wanted to ask, so I don't have much questions to ask directly of the applicants. But I do have one question I wanted to ask relative to the Animal Care Center that is being proposed to be built. I understand they have all of those various conditions, but one of my colleagues did touch on a matter regarding the odor. My cousin owns a kennel in Illinois. And so he lives in a residential area as well. And his kennels are allowed, based on their zoning, outdoors and also indoors. But the major issue that he has faced over the years is the odor. How do you propose to do that? I wasn't too clear, and I wanted to know if DPNR would look at also the odor issue, especially in the area, not only the noise, but also the odor. How do you propose to reduce the odor in that area?
I think the issue is maintaining the kennels and making sure they're cleaned out and making sure the dogs are walked and cleaning up after them. Using the aerobic system as the way of disposing of it. When you the effluent that comes out of the end of the wastewater treatment plant is odorless. It's clear water.
What type of system do you plan to put in? Because it's not tapping into the public wastewater system, is it?
No.
Okay, so what type of wastewater treatment plant do you plan to include there?
The generic name is aerobic treatment unit, ATU. We install them for every one of our projects that are not connected to the community.
Okay, and what type of treatment would that be? Is it secondary or tertiary? I
So-
mean, secondary would be, you know, your usual. Tertiary is a higher level, wherein the runoff or the byproduct is actually almost to the point of being drinkable.
Yeah, so you can set up the system so you can run this back into your water supply, but it takes chlorine and a few other stages to go through that. So what we usually use is subsurface irrigation lines, and the aerobic bacteria do most of the work. But to denitrify the water, it's the anaerobic bacteria in the soil that do the work. So subsurface irrigation is the best solution. We've installed thousands of these projects.
And that's what's going to be proposed. I know it has another level for DPNR permitting process so that they can further scrutinize that. I want to now switch to the development that is being proposed in Estate Thomas.
1 minute.
By Alpine. I had an opportunity to visit your site. I didn't visit your site yet. I will be there.
Okay.
That's part of my due diligence. I visit all of the sites. To Ms. Laplace and to the commissioner, does this applicant have already a earth change permit?
30 seconds.
No, Senator.
Okay, because I did go up on the site and it looked like it had already been bulldozed. Yes, when it was Friday. It looked like there's a bulldozer movement up there. There was a number of rock movement. So, Mr. President, may I? My time was called. Oh, okay, I thought I heard sometime. So,
Time.
I'm so sorry. No, it's calm. I'm so sorry. So, I need to ask Mr. Charles, have you done some earth change on that site? Because it looks like there's been an earth change on the site, and DPNR has just indicated that you don't have an earth change permit. Do they have a earth change permit?
So not to my knowledge, Senator. However, one of the things that the applicant did explain is that they had Coco Soleil go in and do their archaeological.
I can't hear what the testifier is saying. I'm so sorry. There's a lot of noise. And
So one of the things that the applicant did explain is that they did have Coco Soleil do a phase 1 archaeological assessment, right? And so sometimes with those, you actually allow some hand clearing to be done because
that
they have to
doesn't.
see.
I am telling you that
But
does
if you're
not.
saying they're
That does not.
One at a time, please. One at a time.
I am telling you
Okay.
that it does not look like any hand clearing to me when boulders are being moved and the like on a site.
Okay.
I know what a earth change looks like. And I know when properties have been bulldozed and what hand clearing looks like, sir. And so I want to ask the applicant, have you had a bulldozer or any machinery up on that site?
Great question, Senator. Well, to my knowledge, we have not had any bulldozers or any of that heavy equipment on that site. We contend to follow the law and in all its forms and fashions. I'm not sure. I know that I got a call, late on Friday saying that you were looking for this site, I'm not sure if you got to the right site.
It's okay.
But what I would say.
Wait, Mr. Chairman. Your site is not located right before it's on if you're heading up Paradise Point, sir, your site isn't located on the right side and it's undeveloped property. It's located there, right?
Yes.
I know the site,
Yeah.
One thing everybody here know is that I am going to go out to the site. Anyhow, you've answered my question. I placed DPNR on alert that you need to go out there and take a look at this site because it looked to me, right, that it was bulldozed. It had it wasn't hand cleared, because when it's hand cleared, you would still see some roots from the trees. Okay, so that is something that we need to be very vigilant about. Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, for the time and the leniency. I deeply appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Mr. Charles, you wanted to add anything to that discussion?
Sure. I mean, I welcome for the senator or any senators, we could do what you call a little road trip, and we could all go out there to make sure that we are at the exact same site. It is within Alpine's, what we try to do is always to ensure that we take care, we're very careful about how we operate. So we're not going to create or expend any money on something that we're unless we get approval for it first. But I do welcome, if you want to do a site visit, we can go out there together and make sure that we are all at the same site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I guess that rests with DPNR to just, I guess, take a look and see what's going on there. Senator Blyden, Vice President, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, listening, viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good afternoon, testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies. Many of my questions have been answered, but I'm going to go a different route with my line of questioning in respect to both of these zoning requests. First, Bill number 35-0052, Coral Bay, the Animal Care Center. I know that in DPNR's testimony, it spoke to the many individuals that were for and the many that were against. And it stated in the testimony that most of the folks that were for do not live in Coral Bay. Those that were against lives in that community. But nonetheless, what I appreciate with DPNR's recommendation for this rezoning request was that basically they stated they listed three recommendations. The noise survey shall be conducted prior to the building permit application submission to determine the area that may be impacted by the noise. And the noise-proof building, which is the walls, ceilings, etc., shall be designed and developed based on the result from the survey, which makes sense. Okay, and no outdoor canals allowed, which were the main concern of those residents, which is fine. I appreciate that. Because last week, Friday, in St. Croix, we had a hearing with the block plant. And during that hearing, it was noted, and during my inspection personally, it was noted that many of the mitigation issues that were cited was already done. And there were no type of recommendation or special conditions for those individuals. And I would like to see more parity from the department moving forward, because it's only fair and it's only right. And that's my only concern, and that's my only comment based on my observation for that zoning in the St. Croix district when it comes to special conditions for those individuals and or recommendation with certain once certain things have been done to deal with the mitigation issues that was stated at that time. But nonetheless, I will stand in support of both of these zoning requests. When it comes to Alpine Securities and Mr. Charles, I know you guys have been in the community in terms of giving back. I do appreciate that. And this is a beautiful building that you're building. I mean, it makes sense to have your own home. I must say, though, that the investment that you are making is goes to show that you plan to be here for a long time. You know what I'm saying? And I respect that. And I look forward to you guys doing what you have been doing over the years in terms of giving back in many ways, shape, and form. And that's what it's all about. We appreciate that. And I want to thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time. I really don't have any questions for anyone. I will support both of these requests. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator Blyden, for your comments there. At this time, colleagues, is there anyone with any burning questions before I allow for the applicant and DPNR to wrap up on this This is block one. Okay, Senator Bolkes, you have a alibi, so you'll go in 1 minute, and then we'll come to you, Senator Capehart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is really to the ACC concerning how you plan to deal with cadavers of the animals once they become deceased. What is the process? Do you have an incinerator on site, or how do you handle that?
Currently at our facility, we do not have anything like that. We usually bring our canines, cats, and critters. The vet deals with all our medical stuff. So if any animals have to be euthanized or we're taking deceased animals off the road, we bring them up there, and
30
usually
seconds.
they are disposed at the dump.
So they're disposed at the dump?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
They are buried.
That I don't like to hear that personally. We need to work on ways that we can try to find more suitable way of I hate to use the word dispose, but for the lack of a better word,
Time.
Of the animals once they become deceased. So hopefully you'll be able to get an incinerator, or someone on St. John would look into that. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Bolkes Jr., Senator Capehart, you recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say something. Based on our last Committee of the Whole meeting, I realized, and it really just came to me that, DPNR is the cornerstone department that all economic development projects come through. And I would just say, like, divisions like environmental protection, building permits, CZM, CZZP, these divisions are so important
30
that
seconds.
when these permits and zoning come to us, that these divisions are staffed to effectively do their jobs. So the process would be easy for the developers, citizens. So I would just say, Mr. Oriel, that you've had a mass exodus of individuals that left a very vital division at DPNR. And I plead and I beg you that you please immediately start filling these positions.
Time.
Because we would have problems with economic development projects. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Capehart, Commissioner Oriel, you have any response to that?
It is true. We have had employees that have left. I don't think we're any different from any other government department. And our goal is to staff up. We have posted many vacancies. Unfortunately, a lot of them go unfilled. Let's face it, not a lot of Virgin Islanders getting science degrees. And that's primarily what DPNR is. It's a science background educationally, and unfortunately, we don't have a lot of science degree majors. We're doing a couple of things to try and at least being able to train up and getting people on board, particularly for our inspector positions. Getting them certified, whether it's for building inspection or for being a certified inspector in erosion and sediment control. But we need a lot more Virgin Islanders to graduate in the sciences to fill the positions inside DPNR.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Commissioner. That is a fact. We have some issues in terms of staffing up and having available individuals to fill those vacancies. Senator Gittins, you recognize for your 1 minute alibi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank the good Vice President for bringing up parity. That's the last part I wanted to talk about between the two districts that I've been seeing. So thank you for that. And Mr. Charles, I didn't get to ask you anything, but I wanted to say thank you, Alpine, that is, for seemingly being a good
30
corporate
seconds.
citizen. And I see you guys have the, what you call it, you sponsor the King of the Wings and St. Thomas, a good big event, and St. Croix, we like lechon over there. So see if you could help us out with the lechon festival once you get good up and running. But continue the good work, and at the appropriate time, I'll support both measures. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Blyden, alibi, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to the Animal Care Center. I know earlier the young man, you want your name again, sir?
Ryan Moore.
Mr. Moore, yeah, you spoke to the investment you're making, and you got an endowment, but you are saying that you can save a lot of revenues because you rent government property. How much are you paying for the property right now? Annually.
Rent? It's about $500 a month to property and procurement.
30 seconds. So that's not a huge amount of money.
It's not, but when medical costs are $6,000 a month, it is.
But in terms of the government, and I think that's reasonable in terms of renting a spot to do what you're doing.
Yeah.
So I just want to ask that question. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. At this time, we'll go to the applicants and the government officials for wrap-up. Mr. Milne, we'll allow you a 30-second wrap-up.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. It's a wonderful cause, and I'm glad that so many people are pet lovers here in the group. And if anyone has any questions, please give us a call or contact us in any way. Glad to help. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Charles, 30 seconds.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to all the senators. I thought you guys had really, really good questions. It was pretty in-depth. JP touched on Commissioner Orio touched on a point I think is so important, what he talked about, not having Virgin Islanders in science and mathematics degrees. Alpine Securities has promoted 2 programs. One specifically, which would we do what is it called, a prep, SAT prep. Every year where we prep students in the St. Thomas, St. John district and help them be able to raise their SAT scores. So that's important to us. As we build this new office building, we appreciate your input. It will be a value add to the downtown area. So I'm glad and I hope that you all continue to support us in this initiative. And if you would like to do a tour of the actual site so we can see it, I'll be greatly appreciative of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Orio.
Thank you, Mr. President. So again, as we come down here, whether it is for the 2 applications that are before you, or any time where we're requesting either a rezoning or a map or a variance request, again, the core of this is always site appropriateness. I've heard a lot of discussions today about certain special conditions and everything like that. And those are things that come after the determination on site appropriateness is made.
Time.
And I think it's very important to keep that in mind every single time one of these applications comes down to this body. It boils down to site appropriateness. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you. Again, I want to thank you in this block number 1. Certainly to the ACC and St. John, good luck on your project. And I'm rooting for you that this time we can really get it done and move forward with that. I also want to thank Alpine, King of the Wings, Junior Achievement, and your many contribution, to the Virgin Islands community. The Committee of the Whole of Block 1 stands in recess at this time, so we could change our testifiers and go right into Block 2.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We're out of recess. Good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience. Today we're in the Committee of the Whole, and we're about to go into block number 2. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the items in block number 2.
Block 2, Bill number 35-0053, an act granting a zoning use variance for parcel number 84, estate content number 7B, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from the R-3 residential medium density zoning designation to allow for office spaces. Invited testifiers, the Honorable John Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Roger Minkoff, Authorized Agent. Bill number 35-0024, an act granting a zoning use variance for parcel number 5C, Estate Anna's Retreat, number 1, New Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Island, to allow for dwellings. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Mark Grimes, Representative, 5C-AR Holdings, LLC, Vanetta C. Norman, Esquire, Representative, 5C-AR Holdings, LLC. This concludes the reading of Block 2, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We'll just do a quick introduction, and we'll start from you, Attorney Norman.
Good afternoon.
Attorney Norman.
Good afternoon. My name is Attorney Vanetta Norman, and I represent 5CAR Holdings, LLC.
Good day. Good day. Mark Grimes, owner of...
Hold on. Let's try that again.
Good day. My name is Mark Grimes. I'm representing 5CAR Holdings, LLC. I am the owner.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again to 35th Legislature, the people of the Virgin Islands. On behalf of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources and Commissioner Jean-Pierre Oriol, who had to step away for a bit, my name is Leah Laplace Matthew with the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning. And on the St. Croix side, we have our planning technician, Jewel Polimis.
Well, Mr. Minkoff.
Good morning. My name is Roger B. Minkoff. I represent IRAD Ruin, who is accompanying me today in proceeding with our application.
Very well. Sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Irad Ruan. Beautiful content.
Thank you, Mr. Ruan. And quick mic check in St. Thomas, Ms. Polimis. Go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Very well. Who will be presenting on behalf of DPNR at this time?
At this time, the first report will be Ms. Polimis, and then I'll take the second report.
Very well. Ms. Polimis, you recognized for bill number 35-0053.
Report on petition to amend official zoning map number STZ-4. Application number ZAT-23-2. Petition of Aaron Irad Ruan and Irad Ruan requesting that a use variance be granted to the R3 residential medium density zoned parcel number 84, estate content number 7B, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas. Owner applicant, Aaron Irad Ruan and Irad Ruan as per warranty deed dated August 20th, 2021. Document number 2021005287. Limited power of attorney was granted to Roger B. Minkoff. Acreage. The property consists of 11,253 square feet and is described on PWD drawing number G9-2225-T73. Current use. A hurricane damaged 2-story residential building. Proposed use. A mixed-use development consisting of offices and dwelling units. Surrounding uses and zones. To the north is a residence. To the east is undeveloped land and business use. To the south and west is business use. The surrounding area is zoned R3, R4 residential medium density, B3 business scattered, and C commercial. Infrastructure. Water needs will be supplied by the
Frozen.
Yeah, we seem to be frozen at this time. I'll take a 1-minute recess. And we're out of recess. Again, we're in the Committee of the Whole hearing. And before we went in that short recess, we had the testimony being read by Ms. Polemis. Ma'am, I'll ask you to start over, please.
Good afternoon. Okay. From the top, Senate President.
Yeah, you can start from the top again, please.
Report on petition to amend official zoning map number STZ-4. Application number ZAT-23-2. Petition of Aaron Irad Ruan and Irad Ruan requesting that a use variance be granted to the R3 residential medium density zoned parcel number 84 estate content, number 7B Southside Quarter, St. Thomas. Owner applicant, Aaron Irad Ruan and Irad Ruan as per warranty deed dated August 20th, 2021, document number 2021005287. Limited power of attorney was granted to Roger B. Minkoff. Acreage. The property consists of 11,253 square feet and is described on PWD drawing number G9-2225-T73. Current use. A hurricane-damaged two-story residential building. Proposed use. A mixed-use development consisting of offices and dwelling units. Surrounding uses and zones. To the north is a residence. To the east is undeveloped land and business use. To the south and west is business use. The surrounding area is zoned R3, R4 residential medium density, B3 business scattered, and C commercial. Infrastructure. Water needs will be supplied by the public water line. Wastewater will be handled by the public sewer line. Public response. Other than the applicant's representative, no one else spoke in support of, questioned, commented, or expressed opposition to the petition at DPNR's public hearing held December 1st, 2022. Analysis. During the department's public hearing, Mr. Roger Minkoff testified the intent is to renovate the existing building and have 2 office spaces on the bottom floor. The upper floor would be used for dwelling units available for rent to the public. Further evaluation of the building would be needed to determine the number of dwelling units, but the proposal would be 4 units or less. The current R3 zoning allows for retail, office, and other non-residential uses, however with conditions, namely a hotel, guest house, and/or apartment complex of 5+ units would need to be on the site to allow the non-residential uses as accessory uses. The area has a mix of zones and has developed with a mix of residential, business, and commercial uses. In analyzing applicant's request, the department considered the uses that could be developed under the zoning of the surrounding area and the mixed-use pattern of development that has occurred. There were no concerns expressed by the public on the proposal, and the current existence of mixed uses and zones in the greater surrounding area would not be negatively impacted by office use on the site. Recommendation. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that a use variance be granted to the R3 residential medium density zoned parcel number 84 estate content, number 7B Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, to allow for offices. Signed by retired Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards, dated January 17th, 2023. And this concludes the reading of the report.
Thank you very much, Ms. Polemis. At this time, we'll go to Mr. Roger B. Minkoff for his testimony.
Good morning, Mr. President of the 35th Legislature, Novell E. Francis Jr. Good morning, Senators, staff, Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, and the general public. My name is Roger B. Minkoff. I'm the authorized representative and attorney in fact for our own IRAD Ruin and IRAD Ruin, the owners of Aller Exterminating of St. Thomas, Inc., a long-time small business serving the United States Virgin Islands. And next to me is IRAD Ruin, who accompanied me here today. We're here today to request approval for an act granting a zoning use variance for parcel number 84, estate content number 7B, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from the R3 residential medium density zoning designation to allow for offices. Personally, and as expressed by both the executive and legislative branches of the USVI government, I am in support and anticipate that you are also going to be in support of assisting our community in fulfilling the need to support and encourage small businesses in providing additional office space, effectively finding a permanent home of their own, and additional housing units. This request for a variance addresses those needs. By passing this request, an act granting a zoning use variance for parcel number 84, content number 7B, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from R3 residential medium density zoning designation to allow for offices. I'd like to thank you for your consideration and your yes vote on bill number 35-0053. I'm open to any questions and look forward to passage of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minkoff. Is Mr. Ruin going to say anything? No? Okay. Media, do you have any photos of this request? Mr. Minkoff or Ms. Pulemes or Laplace Matthews, any one of you could speak to what we're seeing here in the photos?
I'm sorry, Mr. President, I don't hear the question.
I'm asking whether or not you could speak to the photos that's being displayed here.
Yes, the yellow border zoning designation. Oh, okay, thank you. Working now?
This way. Towards the control room, Mr. Minkoff. Behind you on your left.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, help him with it, Ms. Laplace Matthews. Just
Do you want me to do that?
Sorry. Okay. This is the general area, and the yellow bordered section is parcel 84 content. There's a road to the south of the property, the residential property to the north with the red roof is the footprint of the red roof building is quite a distance from the other location. To the right is funeral home. Across the street, the main area is Bellows and West Indies Liquor. And to the west is Tint King, which is a company that tints car windows. And just past that is a bar and residential, I believe, mixed-use area. The this is the existing building on the property. It is a hurricane damaged building, damaged by Irma Maria. The area was overgrown, and the new owners closed off the openings so that hopefully no further damage would happen. And the plan is to repair that building as soon as we get the variance passed.
Very well. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Thank you for that. Next, we'll proceed to the other bill on today's agenda, which is Bill 35-0024.
Good afternoon again. Report on petition to amend official zoning map number STZ-7. Application number ZAT-22-17. Petition of 5C-AR Holdings LLC, requesting that a use variance be granted to the C commercial zoned parcel number 5C Estate Anna's Retreat, number 1, New Quarter, St. Thomas. Project profile. Owner applicant, 5C-AR Holdings LLC, as per warranty deed dated January 11, 2022. Document number 2022-000370. Acreage. The property consists of 11,255 square feet, as shown on drawing number G9-787-T64. Current use. A two-story building undergoing renovations and last in use residentially about 2012. The previous residential use was granted non-conforming status because it existed prior to when the property was rezoned to C commercial in 1974 by Act number 3562. Proposed use. The applicant is adding a third floor. Section 234F of the zoning law, non-conforming uses, states, no building occupied by a non-conforming use shall be extended or enlarged in any manner except as may be required by law or regulation or changed to a conforming use. The third floor addition was permitted because the applicant changed the building use for 8 commercial units. However, the applicant wishes to convert 3 of the units over to residential use. Surrounding uses and zones. The surrounding area is mixed use and zoned R2, residential low density 1 and 2 family, B2, business secondary neighborhood, and C commercial. Infrastructure. Water needs will be supplied by the public line. Wastewater will be handled by a septic system. Public response. Other than the applicant and his representative, no one else spoke in support of, questioned, commented, or expressed opposition to the petition at DPNR's public hearing held November 7, 2022. Analysis. During the department's public hearing, Attorney Vanetta Norman and Mr. Mark Grimes testified the property was residentially developed prior to the 1972 adoption of the zoning law. The property was granted a rezoning to C commercial in 1974. Residential use is not allowed in the C commercial zone, and the property was deemed non-conforming. The non-conforming residential use ended, causing the property to lose its status. As previously mentioned, Section 234F of the Zoning Code does not allow the enlargement or extension of buildings occupied by a non-conforming use. The department does not have records on why the commercial rezoning was not utilized. However, the applicant's request allowing mixed use of the building is in accordance with the past non-conforming use of the property and the mixed use of the surrounding area. The applicant also wishes to meet the housing need that the Tutu area has. The C commercial zone does not have standards for residential density. Based on the previous density of 3 dwelling units, 1 two-bedroom unit and 2 one-bedroom units, and the proposal seeking the same density and unit/bedroom counts, the department does not foresee a conflict with the proposal. The territory's housing crisis mirrors the national housing crisis, where long-term housing is becoming hard to find and is competing with the short-term rental market. Zoning reform is being encouraged at the national level to address the housing shortfall. This takes on several methods: allowing housing in zones that previously did not allow housing, increasing density/reducing lot sizes, or changing measurements from maximum number of permitted dwelling units per acre to maximum number of permitted bedrooms per acre. Zoning reform will address the number of zoning map amendment requests we are receiving for allowing housing in zones that did not allow it, or the increase in density being sought through the Amnesty Infill Program and zoning map amendment process. Recommendation. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that parcel number 5C Estate Anna's Retreat, number 1 New Quarter St. Thomas, be granted a use variance to allow for dwellings. Signed by retired Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards, dated January 18, 2023. And that concludes the department's testimony.
Very well. Thank you very much. And Mr. Grimes, are you speaking or Attorney Norman?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, senators, legislative staff, ladies and gentlemen. I am Attorney Vanetta Norman, and I appear before you today representing 5C-AR Holdings, LLC, the owner of parcel number 5C Estate Anna's Retreat, number 1 New Quarter St. Thomas, VI, which I may refer to as the property. With me is Mr. Mark Grimes, the manager of 5C-AR Holdings, LLC, who will specifically address the need for this variant on parcel number 5C Estate Anna's Retreat, and will be speaking on behalf of 5C-AR Holdings, LLC. Parcel number 5C Anna's Retreat has a building that was constructed prior to the adoption of the Territory Zoning Code in 1972, and its use was residential from then until approximately 2012. The property was subsequently assigned a zoning designation of C Commercial. However, the property's residential use was grandfathered in and allowed to continue after the commercial zoning designation. The property was sold to Mr. Grimes' company this past year, and he is currently renovating and rehabilitating the building with the appropriate permits in place from DPNR, and is expanding it to include a 3rd floor. His plan for the property is to create 3 residential units in addition to 5 commercial units. However, according to 29 VIC Section 234, subsection F, any expansion of the building must conform to the current zoning, which is commercial. Meaning that due to the building's expansion, all units would have to be used commercially. At the present time, Mr. Grimes is moving forward with renovating and rehabilitating the building with 8 commercial spaces in compliance with Virgin Islands law. But we are coming before you today to respectfully request that a variance be granted for mixed use to allow Mr. Grimes to go forward with his plan to include both commercial and residential spaces. The requested use would not substantially conflict with the permitted uses in the zoning district. A review of our zoning code shows that it already provides to mixed residential or commercial uses. Zoning designations B1 Business, Central Business District, B2 Business Secondary, and B3 Business Scattered all allow for both commercial activities and residential uses to coexist in the same location. If this mixed use is already permitted in accordance with zoning law, it then follows that allowing the requested variance for mixed use, in this case, is not a substantial conflict with the permitted use. Further, the intended does not deviate from the property's previous use, which was residential. and does not interfere with the surrounding neighborhood's property use. Mr. Grimes' presentation and DPNR's report both demonstrate clearly that the areas surrounding the property are being used for both commercial and residential purposes. Allowing Mr. Grimes to include residential units in his building will add to our much depleted housing inventory on the island. The number of residential spaces available for long-term rentals was substantially reduced due to both hurricanes Irma and Maria in 2017, and the current popular use of residences for short-term stays. Although only 3 residential units will be included on the property, it will help provide much-needed housing on St. Thomas, in an area that has access to grocery and drug stores, low-cost restaurants, and public transportation. And finally, after reviewing and considering Mr. Grimes' plan, DPNR is recommended that the use variance be granted. Thank you for your time and consideration of this important variance. And with your approval, Mr. Chairman, I will turn the floor over to Mr. Grimes, who will provide further insight into this project. We will both be available to answer any questions or concerns that you may have at the conclusion of his presentation.
Thank you very much. At this time, Mr. Grimes, you may go ahead and proceed with your testimony.
Good day, Mr. Chairman, senators, legislative staff, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to Attorney Norman for the introduction. I am Mark Grimes, and I appear today before you as the manager and the owner of 5C AR Holdings, LLC, the owner of parcel 5C Anna's Retreat, which I may refer to as the property. I am here to request a variance on parcel 5C Anna's Retreat, number 1 New Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, a commercially zoned property to allow for mixed use of residential and commercial within the renovated and expanded structure. Included for your reference today, along with my presentation, I have provided a set of abridged plans, photos of the site and the building, and 2 letters of support. For clarity, I have included a map of our location. This is the property that is located to the east of Walgreens in Tutu and is accessible to Route 38 by a private driveway. The property is at the border of a commercial zone and a residential neighborhood. It is surrounded on 2 sides by commercial buildings and on 2 sides by multi-unit residential. I purchased the property in January of 2022. The property included 3-unit residential building that was grandfathered within the commercial zone. The existing building had not been occupied for some time. There was a combination of deterioration and storm damage to the existing structure, as well as overgrown vegetation and storm debris present at the lot. At this early stage, the vision for the property was to create a new commercial space while preserving the 3 existing units to maintain an element of residential within the completed project. After the purchase, it was determined by the engineer that much of the existing building could not be preserved due to deterioration. The revised plan moved forward was changed to preserve 1 existing unit and the existing cistern, which allowed for the expansion of the footprint, and the permitted plan presently includes 8 commercial units. The investment that is presently underway includes structural rehabilitation of the existing components and spalling concrete. It includes the abatement of asbestos from the property and the expansion of the core and shell of the building. The foundation has been expanded and a 3rd floor has been added. The planned investment for the 8-unit commercial building includes 100% block and concrete structure with a concrete roof, use of shutters and impact-rated windows and doors, and it will have the proper parking to accommodate the tenants' needs on site. The completed building will have solar power as well as a backup generator. The photos I have provided with this presentation show the before condition and the progress of the investment underway today. Within the provided plans, you can see the building as it has been permitted by DPNR, as well as our requested change. This variance would make the following changes. It would change from commercial use to mixed use, commercial and residential. The square footage would remain the same, and it would change from 8 commercial units, 2 on the 1st floor, 3 on the 2nd floor, and 3 on the 3rd floor, to 5 commercial units, 2 on the 1st floor, 3 on the 2nd floor, and 3 residential units on the top floor. Please note, Our variance does not expand the square footage or the footprint of the permitted building, nor does it increase the total number of bedrooms from the previously grandfathered structure. And lastly, this variance does not seek to expand the use of the building, but combine its currently permitted use and its previously permitted use. The new residential units will be used for long-term rentals, not short-term rentals like Airbnb or VRBO. We are not seeking approval for a guest house, but for 3 units that will be a complement to the existing neighborhood. We hope that future tenants will find value in amenities like the in-unit laundry, backup generator on the property, and being within walking distance to the safari route and Tutu's amenities like stores and restaurants. I feel that this variance should be granted because mixed use will contribute to a balance in the community between commercial or daytime occupants and residential evening occupants that will add not just new businesses, but new neighbors to the community. I feel that the mixed use is more fitting than commercial use alone because the property is situated on the border between the commercial and residential zones. Lastly, the 3 residential units will help to meet the additional need for housing in the Tutu area. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your time and your consideration of this variance. I welcome you to a site visit on a future date, and I hope the committee of a whole will agree that mixed use is a worthy use of this property and will add value to the community beyond commercial use alone. Attorney Norman and I invite any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grimes, for your testimony there. That concludes all of the testimony in respect to this measure before us, Bill 35-0024. At this time, we'll ask media to show any video footage or photos that we have available. Mr. Grimes, if you could just narrate what we've seen here.
Yes, I think that is labeled correctly. That is the property that is to the southeast of the property. It's being used as a commercial storage area. This is a single-family or multifamily unit that is located due east of the property.
Okay.
Thank you. This is the driveway to the property. You're looking north toward what was the former Carlos Furniture Building or Old Henry Dry Cleaner. This is a multi-unit residential property that is located due south of the property. This is located to the west of the property. This is the backside of Walgreens. And this is looking in a northeasterly direction. Also, it's a furniture store and a garage property that is located on Route 38.
Very well, thank you. At this time, colleagues, there you have it. Again, in this block number 2, we have 2 items, Bill 35-0053, as well as Bill 35-0024. And we'll have a 4-minute round, and we'll begin with you, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifiers and staff alike. My first set of questions is for 35-0053, that parcel. When I was listening to the testimony and also reading through the documentation, it spoke about adding the upstairs dwelling and for mixed use for offices. Upstairs dwelling area for rent. That's what you guys...
Right now, the upstairs is residential, and it is a very large space. So there is consideration of refurbishing it to a maximum of 4 units, depending upon the size of the units that are needed in the community. Downstairs is where the offices would go. And the offices would be Oliver Exterminating of St. Thomas, Inc., which has been bouncing around, so to speak, for many, many years, working out of a trailer, but having established a good community presence. doing good work.
Okay.
And another office.
It's okay.
Okay.
The other question I'm concerned about is parking. Is there going to be adequate parking for these additional units that you're going to create?
Yes, we have discussed the number of parking spaces that would be necessary. The offices are, so to speak, family offices. The people who work there are the Ruin family, and that would be the proposal for both offices. And so there would not be a lot of traffic to the offices.
Okay.
And there is plenty of parking space in front of the building for residential.
Okay. 35-0024. Will this property be the main residence for yourself and your family
Not at this time.
at this time?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. When you submitted for the variance, you opted to request for residential. What was the reason why you chose to go more commercial as opposed to requesting a variance to extend for residential versus commercial?
At the time, it was there was an existing structure there that we thought we could rehabilitate as it was.
One minute.
We decided that that was just not feasible. There would have been too much of an investment into the existing concrete. We elected to remove the top floor entirely and basically the east side of the building. And then when we decided that that was not salvageable, we decided to expand the footprint.
So when you initially submitted your request, you submitted to expand a residential property, then it was changed to commercial?
That is correct. When we received word back from DPNR that it was not going to be allowed to retain the residential element because we had expanded the footprint
30 seconds.
and expanded to a third floor, we revised the plans as requested by DPNR to 8 commercial units. And now we're proceeding with the core and shell of the building with a plan for the third floor to be offices that can be, if this variance is granted, will be converted to 3 residential units.
When it comes to residential aspect, you touched on the need for housing in the Virgin Islands.
Time.
Could I finish my question? How do you accommodate, or is there going to be any decision, for example, looking at the property, and I know with commercial zone property, only 50% of it could be used for the building and the other 50% has to be utilized for parking, etc. Did you accommodate for any small portion for green space to potentially accommodate individuals that might rent, that might have children or anything like that?
So presently, as we plan to go forward, we have 2 one-bedroom units and 1 two-bedroom unit. We do have some outdoor space that will be preserved as space behind the building. We do have some balconies that achieve some nice views of the Tutu Valley. But we do have a housing shortage across all types of housing, family housing, housing for young professionals who don't have a family yet. And we think that these 3 units will help to ease some of that burden in the Tutu area, be it whether it's a family or whether it's an individual, between the 2 one-bedrooms and the 1 two-bedroom unit.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
You're welcome, Senator Francis Heidegger. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Johnson. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'll continue my line of question with ZAT 22-17. And I think I need to ask Ms. LaPlace this question. I saw where permits have been issued and construction has started at the site prior to approval. Help me out with this.
No, we have a permit in place.
Right. There's a permit in place, Senator.
There's a permit in place. It constructed before the permit was issued.
No, Senator.
No, that's not correct. It was, construction started after the permit was issued.
Okay. I noticed on your pictures, the road is not paved going to that property. Am I correct with what I saw?
No, there is a concrete driveway presently, and one of our off-site improvements, if you will, actually the driveway is on an easement that crosses 5C, and we will be improving that area there because it is the driveway is in bad shape there.
All right. And now I do agree with housing and shortage of housing. And DPNR support these two initiatives, so I don't have no big quarrel with it. But when we talk about housing and being available, are you willing to listen to some or accept clients from the Section 8?
I would be open to that. Yeah, I haven't considered that at this point in time, but I would be open to that.
And my reason for asking, those are the people that are having trouble finding place to live most of the time. So are you willing to take on clients that are under Section 8?
I would be open to that. I would point out that the problems that we're having with housing are across all housing, all neighborhoods and all types of housing. So my first priority is to get a tenant, any tenant, as soon as we're done. But I would be open to hearing about that. It's not something that I've considered to this point.
All right, thank you very much. And ZAT 23-2, my colleague asked about parking, and you said there are plenty. What plenty? What numbers are with your parking space? What numbers do you have?
We're looking at 6 to 9 parking spaces, depending upon the size of the vehicles. Probably in the area of 6 or 7 for regular size vehicles.
And you are willing to accommodate the Section 8?
Yes.
Okay. As I say, DPNR support these initiatives, and I don't push back much on DPNR unless I feel they're not giving the constituents or the folks who come here, a fair shot. So at the appropriate time, I'll support both of these measures.
May I respond?
1 minute.
One additional thing about Section 8. We are very in favor of Section 8 because we know that we get paid.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Money is in the bank by the third.
Definitely it is. A lot of people don't see it that way. But it's very true that your money's sure. And if the client or the person who's renting is not paying their little portion, Section 8 will help you get them to find the next spot. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Next, we'll recognize Senator DeGraff for his 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Mr. Ruin, orient me as to where your place is located again?
Where the
Where's the property located?
right west of John Thomas.
Wait, you
Funeral
go speak
Home.
into the mic.
Just west of John Thomas Funeral Home.
Okay, and it be up the hill?
No, just to the main road.
The lot right next to John Thomas?
Yes.
Where's the parking lot of the funeral home?
Opposite
No.
of that.
By 10K? Oh, okay, wait, clear. Okay, all right, got you. And also, so the one thing I heard that clicked in my mind, you mentioned about asbestos abatement in that area, and then you're talking also about building out. So you're not doing a tear down removal. Was the full abatement of the asbestos completed?
Yes, the full abatement of the asbestos was completed as part of the cleaning up and demolition of the property. And we had a certified contractor do that disposes of it in a proper manner. The portion of the original structure is remaining. We preserved the cistern and a one-bedroom, or what was formerly a one-bedroom apartment on the first floor. The second floor of the structure was, and the roof, it had a concrete roof, was in bad shape, and we couldn't preserve that. So that was all removed as well. But there is a portion of the existing building that remains. The foundation of that part of the building has been bolstered. It has been rehabbed and expanded from that.
Okay, so the asbestos was in the paint, the materials. Where exactly?
We tested the paint and we tested other materials on site. The only place where asbestos was found was in the floor mastic. Not the tile itself, but the glue that held the tile to the floor. and all that was abated as part of the,
Okay.
before any other work took place.
Okay, I stand in support of both measures. Okay, thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Carrion, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers. Reading the report presented by DPNR, we can clearly see that there was no opposition expressed in the hearing for both of these matters. One was held on December 1st, 2022. The other one was held at November 7th, 2022. So just a few months ago. And for both of these, I see that there was no oppositions or concerns presented by the general public. Ms. Laplace, do you have any concerns of your own?
No, Senator.
Good, I didn't see any stipulated here. And also, DPNR is not objecting. They are recommending the variances for both of these. Any of the two gentlemen representing each of these cases have any concerns or you feel comfortable with the recommendations presented by DPNR?
If we didn't go along with their yes, of course, yes. But thank you for the question.
Okay.
No, we thank DPNR for their help on this.
Okay, very well. Well, there's not much to be said. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Let me ask both applicants. You felt that the DPNR process was reasonable and fair. Is there anything that you would recommend that should help to hasten the process? Any advice that you have in respect to the process that you had experienced with DPNR in regards to this matter?
No, I thought it was a thorough process and very straightforward, very transparent, and I have no changes I would make.
That question is not predicated on whether it's passed here or not,
No, it's not. It was a very transparent process, and they moved through as quickly as it can move through for the hands it had to go through.
Very well, thank you. Mr. Minkoff?
Thank you for the question. It's very appropriate, and I was hoping somebody would ask that question. It is very often that we hear negative comments about government employees and the process. I've been in the business, and this is not my first rezoning. Been on island for 45 years, 20 in St. Croix, and the last 25 here. I've been through the process any number of times, and I spoke to Commissioner Oriel on his way out, giving Leah Laplace Matthew her big ups. And I told her that I was looking for a place to give her big ups in public. Highest compliments, 5 stars, and the process was smooth. She's very professional, and her communication was almost instant in response or in advance to be proactive on the process. So thank you for the question, and thank you, Leah Laplace Matthew.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments there, both of you. Next, the chair will recognize Senator James. That's Javon James Sr., and you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings once again to the people of the Virgin Islands. Greetings, testifiers. Today should be an easy day because there is any pushback from the public. So I really do not have much to say. But what I realized though while going through the report for application number ZAT23-2, it mentioned that it is a hurricane damaged 2-story residential building, and I'm assuming that's from Hurricanes Irma Maria, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of the question. I got
saw
the 2-story building. What was after that?
It said current use, hurricane damage, and I'm assuming that's...
It is not in use now and hasn't been since Irma Maria.
So, okay, so it became like that because of Hurricane Irma Maria. Just wanted to know. And colleagues, like many other individuals in this community, we have individuals still going through that process of the hurricane recovery. And I'm hoping and praying that in the next 4 years that we can ramp it up, because there is definitely a housing crisis. But it's not to say that we don't have homes. The homes just need to be repaired. You know, as you drive around the islands, you see homes need to be repaired. But that's not your issue here. That's us to fix. But I'm just saying that I'm happy to know that you're able to get back on your feet and to be able to afford that opportunity for Virgin Islanders to have a place to live. As far as application number ZAT22-17, I don't have any comments on that. And to the listener and viewing audience, please take advantage of the VI Slice program. There are many opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator James Sr. Next, we'll recognize Senator Bolquez. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues, listening and viewing audience, and our testifiers. I think I heard mention of housing voucher program or Section 8. I just wanted to put on a record that we have our VP who's our in-house housing guru. The requirements for Section 8 also have to be met concerning second and third floors. You would have to have an alternative emergency egress or exit. Are both of the project managers going to also have those emergency exits for those second and third floors?
84 Contant, yes.
Very well.
Presently, no, we don't. We have egress windows, but I'm not sure if that's compliant with the egress requirement you're stating.
That's compliant. Okay, very well. I just wanted to put that on the record. Also, what's for Mr. Minkoff? What type of businesses do you propose will be operating on the property?
The businesses
types
today would be Oliver Exterminating of St. Thomas, Inc., which is the ruins, we're the applicants, and another business there, also family-owned ruin businesses. Right now, there's a waste management business that would go into that office.
Okay, thank you.
Don't have a crystal ball, so I don't know what the future brings, but we're talking today.
Understood. And DPNR, if you could tell us what qualifies a non-residential use with conditions, what exactly is that?
It depends on the site, Senator. When we look at these rezonings, we have to look at the specific area, their, the surrounding character, the objections or concerns from neighbors. So it's really site-specific with these conditions.
And non-conforming use?
A non-conforming use is just one that's not allowed by the zone, so it's not in its table of permitted uses.
Okay, very well. I have a quick question concerning the building. I saw on the report that it was zoned in 1972. I believe that's just the land. But when was the building built for Mr. Grimes, I believe it is? Yes, Mr. Grimes.
I don't know when the original structure was built. Certainly before 2010. I'm far, far before that.
Okay, I asked the question because our building codes have changed in the past, and we utilize different supplies and materials in the past than we do right now. And I'm just curious to know if the structural integrity of the building would be able to accommodate an additional floor, which would be the third floor.
We had plans and specifications done by local engineer.
1 minute.
They're stamped plans. The only thing, the areas of the original structure that are remaining were rebuilt using a material called Sika, which is it's not a plaster, it's a concrete reinforcing agent that stabilizes the, in some cases, spalling rebar. We also underpinned the foundation, and we expanded some of the foundation so that the upper floors are actually bearing on new foundation.
30 seconds.
I hope that clarifies what your question was.
Yes, thank you. And I will not go against the determination of DPNR. Both of these are within compliance based on their regulations, so I look forward to supporting both of them at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolquez. Jr. Mr. Grimes, do you have other similar business interests, or this is your first and only one?
No, this is my first time doing this and my first time appearing before you guys, and we're open to whatever businesses would want to move into the building.
Very well. What about you, Mr. Ruan? Do you have other business interests similar to this, or this is your first time doing this?
This is the first time. In my Oliver Exterminating, that's it.
That's it. That's it. Yeah. All right. Very well. Next, we'll go to Senator Potter. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon once again, colleagues. Good afternoon once again to our testifiers here in the well. These are fairly uncontroversial initiatives, and they do not appear to negatively alter the character of the neighborhoods. As a matter of fact, they could potentially be enhancements to the neighborhoods. I'm comfortable with the initiatives. One question though, and I know one of the big things that I think a good thing to come to the legislature and push is to talk about depleted housing stock. That is a sensitive area here. We talk about it. It's a challenge to find affordable dwellings for middle-income folks in the territory. So it's always a good sell to talk about your initiative that's going to, in some small way, add to our depleted housing stock. So I commend you for that. Now, in terms of what is considered affordable, I'd like to ask you, gentlemen, with the housing initiatives, the housing units, are they truly going to be considered affordable?
Answering for 84 content,
yes.
Very much so. Rents on the island range anywhere from $650, $850 for a studio, $1,000, $1,200 for a one-bedroom, $1,500 up for a two-bedroom, and very much depending upon the location. And also the location for transportation. There's a bus stop across the street, so the buses, safaris run that road. Very much so.
Okay. Mr. Grimes?
Good afternoon. The housing problem that we're having is across all kind of spans of housing, and I think that our goal is to be at the market rate for housing. I think that the enemy to affordable housing is the short-term rentals that are really eating up the inventory that could otherwise help balance out the appropriate use of these houses that are in neighborhoods and these houses that are in 2-2. So our goal for renting the residential units is to be on market to recoup our investment, but I am committed to not being a short-term rental. I'm committed to being a long-term rental for young professionals in the area. We're on the safari route. You could potentially rent these without a vehicle, which is another element that I think
1 minute.
It brings in a different tenant, somebody that is a Virgin Islander that is looking to be here long-term, and maybe this is a step on their way to a different type of housing as well.
Thank you for that. Ms. LaPlace Matthew, by the way, I concur with Mr. Minkoff's opinion about your presentation. I think you've consistently been very much a professional every time you've been here before this body, so I definitely concur with that. Now, after setting you up with that compliment, I have a question for you.
I'm ready.
Can you walk me through the process of getting neighborhood or neighbors' comments on a rezoning? I noticed for at least one or two of the initiatives that were before us today, there was like no comments one way or the other.
Time.
Are we sure that we're getting, if I may, Mr. Chair, are we sure that the word is out, the word is getting out there for residents or neighbors who may have a vested interest in these rezoning initiatives? Are we sure that we're getting the word out to them? And can you just walk us through that process?
Yes, Senator. So one of the things I recommend to all applicants before they even apply is to go out and inform the neighbors of their proposal. Now, the required process is when they bring in their application, we get a listing of the neighbors within 150 feet from tax assessors. The public hearing, when it's scheduled, a letter goes out to those neighbors, a certified letter, but there's also a sign posted on the property as well as newspaper ad. After the public hearing, we also give them a public comment period so that they still have additional time to submit comments. So that's the process.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. Next, we will recognize Senator Fonseca. He recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and pleasant good afternoon to the listening audience. In regards to the proposal for 35, bill number 35, that's 0024. Mr. Grimes, so you're the manager for 5CAR Holdings. But you're not the president, you're not the principal, you're the manager.
I think she works for him.
It's just me, so you can call me whatever you want.
Okay. Because I just wanted to understand, I know the question was asked following up to the Honorable President, but is 5CAR involved in purchasing other properties on St. Thomas?
No.
This is your first one?
Yeah, this is all I have.
Okay.
I have a apartment that I live in on the north side.
Okay,
But
so
that's my personal business.
So it was purchased in 2022?
January of 2022 we closed.
How
yes.
much was the purchase price for that building?
I don't recall the exact number off the top of my head.
Oh, you can't recall? Okay, so if I'm there in Kmart, in Walgreens, and I go in the parking lot to the back, there's a big wall. That property is adjacent to that big wall? That's the property you're talking about?
Yes, if you're standing with your back to Walgreens door,
Right,
looking,
facing east, there's a tall wall.
Yep.
So that's that property there.
It's under construction right now. You can see it clearly from the Walgreens parking lot.
Okay, so you're gonna have on the first floor is gonna be two bedrooms and one, what is it, an efficiency or one bedroom?
I provided some plans.
I think it's a one bedroom on the bottom.
No, I provided some plans to the clerk, and I can make them available after the hearing as well. But we have a walkout level at the basement level, cistern level, and it's an existing unit, a cistern, and a new unit. Those will be commercial. Those are walkout, ADA access to the businesses on that level. Around the back of the building, there's an entrance to what would be the second floor as it appears.
Okay, you can provide it to me
and that's
later.
commercial.
Yeah.
And then third floor would be residential.
Yes, you can provide. Thank you. Okay, so regarding bill number 35-0053, Mr. and Mrs. Ruan, I notice your wife is in the back there. Oliver Exterminating, long time, reputable Virgin Islands business. You're represented by, of course, real competent person, Mr. Minkoff. So this is now when you, right in the back of what used to be John Thomas Funeral Home, right? Like if you're going into where all the Muller School used, going up the little hill there, this is the one right in the back, right?
That's correct.
It is right between the funeral home and the road that goes up into the back.
Yes.
And it would be across that street.
Yeah. So I didn't understand the question. So are you going to be also using the John Thomas Funeral Home as parking?
No.
30 seconds.
No, we have nothing to do with that.
Okay, just
It's a
going up the hill there in the
self-contained-
back.
Self-contained 84 compound.
Okay. Well, I've noticed that, the government agency has not objected to any one of these two proposals. So at the appropriate time, I also intend to cast my support. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I return the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. This question first is for Ms. Leah Laplace Matthews. for 84 estate content. Is that tier 1 or tier 2?
Tier 2.
Okay. Mr. Minkoff, Oliver Exterminating St. Thomas, are you moving the administrative offices there? Yes?
Yes.
You're not holding none of the pesticides, none of the products you use to spray?
Correct.
Okay. So it's just administrative.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Norman, it's
Yes,
a
ma'am.
pleasure to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Mr. Grimes, thank you for, adding to the pool of residents that the people of St. Thomas would now have. Because yes, we do have a shortage in the Virgin Islands for housing. But you mentioned that you had an abatement of asbestos from the property. I've had some of my colleagues touched on it. But we all know that asbestos is a dangerous carcinogen, right? And it's known to have people to get mesothelioma, asbestosis. Did you hire a company to remove this, or did you do it yourself?
I hired a company that's insured and licensed specifically to do abatement of lead and asbestos. That's they also certify when they're done that all of it has been removed, and that was critical to the process.
Did you get a report of where they're taking that stuff, how they're removing it?
I did not, but I could ask them for that. They're a reputable company that's done a lot of abatement in the Virgin Islands, and I would be happy to request that if you like.
Yeah, I would suggest you do that because you want to make sure you know where that hazardous material is going from your property to the next place where it's supposed to be disposed of. You also mentioned that there's going to be an expansion of the footprint. So with the expansion of the footprint, that means you're creating more space, correct?
Yes.
So are you going to, the individuals who you are going to be renting for commercial use, do they have to do their own electrical meter box? Do they have to do their own water meter? Or you are doing all of this for those commercial units?
Presently, we plan to bring in one line and have one master meter, and then there will be sub meters underneath that. And the reason for that is because we do intend to provide a backup generator that serves the whole building.
1 minute.
As well as a solar system that serves the whole building as well.
Great. Also, as you're doing the expansion of the footprint, that means there's going to be more load on your septic system. What are you going to be doing for the septic system that you had a smaller unit to now a bigger unit where you would have more usage? How are you going to accommodate that?
We are replacing 100% of the septic system
30 seconds.
with a system that has been designed by an engineer for the capacity of the building. It was sized based on it being having residences in it, which my understanding is that exceeds the commercial use that's permitted now. So it's a brand new system, and it will exceed the capacity of what is permitted, and it will meet or exceed what is requested with the variance.
Thank you, Mr. Grimes.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Point of information, Senator Fonseca, you recognize.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Grimes, I know you didn't remember how much you purchased the house for or where the asbestos was disposed of, but do you know the name of the company that did the asbestos abatement?
Yes, I do. It's called Universal Abatement Services, and they are licensed and insured to operate in the Virgin Islands, and that is their line of work. They exclusively do that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll come to Madam Secretary. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone. I would just go straight into it. I did have an opportunity to visit both sites last week, Friday, so I know where they are located, and my staff went there prior to me, so I jumped off of a plane on Friday from St. Croix and went to both sites. So I'm very familiar with the location. The location of the estate content location is right there after Tint King. There are 2 bins, green bins, right down at the bottom. And I saw the location at the end of the road. Edgar Baker Phillips live. If you keep going straight, Edgar Baker Phillips lives there. And right across, former Senator the Honorable Judy M. Gomez lives on the other side. So I'm very familiar with that area as well. And I had the opportunity, Mr. Grimes, to also visit your site, which is located behind of what was the old Henry Laundromat. Many years ago, they were cited for doing some not good things with their waste. But anyhow, I wanted to ask you first, Mr. Minkoff, if this question has been answered, just say answered already. You are now going to have a R3 zoning based on your application, correct? This is R3?
That is the present zoning.
Okay. And this zoning, this is the present zoning. So with this zoning, you plan to just put in the retail portion and the offices, and that's why you need to have this zoning, because you don't plan to add on any height to the current building.
The answer to the last part of the question is no. The answer to the first part of the question is no retail, just offices.
Just the offices. Ms. Laplace, kindly indicate to us what is the height, how many units that R3 zoning can accommodate, residential units.
The R3 zoning can go up to 6 floors. The density is based on the acreage, so it's 80 persons per acre, so we'd have to calculate based on the acreage.
Okay, thank you. Now, how are we looking for off-street parking? Because that's a very small road to traverse. And my concern is the off-street parking, because should emergency vehicles need to go there, how are the emergency vehicles going to be accommodated? You are going to have sufficient off-street parking, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Minkoff and Mr. Rowan. Now, Mr. Grimes, just quickly indicate the same. You will have sufficient off-street parking.
Yes, we have it in our plan.
Okay, now I know you said you have residential areas, and this is being built in accordance to the American Disability Act?
I don't know what specific requirements would be
because you
called
have
out.
right, because you're having stories, and how are human beings who are disabled? You could get a resident who is your tenant, and they will have now challenges. You know, we are all already limited with our housing stock. And so if this tenant is maybe on the 2nd or 3rd floor, how would they be able to access their apartment? Anyone could become disabled any day or time. Mr. Chairman, may I?
You may wrap up.
Thank you kindly.
Our commercial floors are ADA compliant as far as approach with a wheelchair and size of openings. Size of openings on the residential floor are appropriate, but the only access currently to the upper floor is a stairwell. So if that was a requirement, we do not have that presently in the plan.
So DPNR, that may be something during their whole other process. I don't know if you could look into it, because of the limited, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to wrap up right now. Because of our limited housing stock, it would be very prudent to have access to the units if somebody should become disabled. Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman.
You could take a minute for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you kindly for reminding me, Mr. Chairman. I am here, joined behind of me with my summer intern, if he would be so kindly to stand. His name is Midley St. Germain. Mr. St. Germain is a senior attending the Ivana Udorakan High School. He is 17 years old. He is part of the Ivana Udorakan High School business department. And after completing high school, Mr. Midley plans to attend the University of the Virgin Islands, majoring in science and information technology. That's computer science. And he said if that does not work out, he has his backup plan in place. He said he would like to attend a trade school for marine mechanics. So I really appreciate having Mr. Midley with me and our office since February. Thank you so much, Mr. Midley.
Thank you. Welcome, sir, Mr. Midley. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Donifred Gregory for her 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers. Very quickly on the Ruan, Mr. Ruan, or Mr. Minkoff, what's the acreage of the property that's before us today?
11,000.
You have to speak into the mic.
Sorry. I don't have the map in front of me. It was 11,000.
11,253 square feet.
So that's what, a plot?
Quarter acre.
About a
So it's a
Slightly
quarter-
over a quarter acre.
Like a plot, right? So let's go back to talk about the parking, because I think I heard several of my colleagues ask about the parking. So you are looking to put, how many apartments upstairs?
Maximum of 4.
4 apartments. And what kind of apartments? 4 bedrooms, 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, what?
Probably 2 bedroom, but
So 4 2-bedrooms?
depending upon when the construction and plans are being done, based on the space upstairs, that may change downward per
Okay.
unit.
So you're talking about a 2-bedroom, 4 2-bedrooms mean perhaps likely 8 people may live in 8 individuals will be requiring parking, give or take. If it's a family, if it's not, give or take, let's say the maximum is about 8. And then you have the business downstairs.
Basically, the personal business cars of
Right,
our
but how many
exterminating
cars are we talking about?
2 to 4
Are you
vehicles.
certain that you have sufficient parking to
Yes.
have on
Yes.
a quarter of an acre?
Yes, the way the building is presently sited, it's sited as far back on the property as possible,
So
leaving all the
it's set
open
back. I
space
see.
in the front.
Okay, so let's talk about the economic benefit. Do you have a proposed drawing of this?
Not as yet.
You haven't done that yet. Okay, so what about the economic benefit? What do you think that this will cost you to build, and then that'll help us to understand, what kind of taxes you may have to pay against it?
I read Ruin basically acts as his own contractor, so the costs are much lower than if
The cost is less.
someone from other than the family were doing the business.
Okay,
His
and-
son is also an engineer.
Okay. Okay. So you're not hard on the economic benefit. So
1
I'm
minute.
going to move on to the next person. So that's Grimes. So you're proposing 3 residential units?
Yes, that's correct.
On the top
Maximum
floor?
of 4.
No, I've
Oh.
moved on. 3 residential units on the top floor. So you have 5. You're proposing 5 commercial units. That's correct.
Yes.
So in your 5 commercial units, these are commercial units that you're looking to rent out?
30 seconds.
Yes.
Okay, so what is the economic value on this?
The cost of construction is about 1.2 million.
Okay.
And-
So, and how long is your construction period?
It's 16 to 18 months.
Say that again.
16 to 18 months.
16 to 18 months. So, Ruan, let's go back. What is your construction timeline?
Maybe 15,
Time.
You have to speak in the mic.
15 months about.
15 months. All right. Well, I don't have any other questions, Mr. Chair. I think that these two zoning requests are pretty straightforward. My primary concern was the parking and not having any challenges with folks parking on our roadsides, because I think one of our colleagues brought it up about vehicles being able to traverse back and forth, because where that particular property is located is right behind John Thomas, and that's a very tight road. So once you're inside your fence lines, then I guess we're fine. But I see some potential challenges there. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Next, we'll recognize Senator Blyden. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon again to the testifiers. And thank you for your testimonies. Let me start with CAT-23-2. Mr. Ruan, how you doing? Mr. Minkoff, how you doing today? Thank you so much for your investment. I know exactly where the property is located. And let me ask you, in respect to the two businesses, I know you have the Oliver Exterminator. What the next business? Your son, what's the name of it again? What type of business your son has? The next business that's going there. What type of business?
Right.
Oliver Exterminator, what the next business? Type of business?
The businesses that are planning to go into the offices are Oliver Exterminating of St. Thomas, Inc., and another family-owned business.
What type?
It's a waste management business, but it'll be administrative offices.
That was my question and concern. Thank you for that clarification. In respect to the dwelling units upstairs, you said hope it might be 2-bedroom, but based on the footprint, it might be down to 1-bedroom apartments if necessary. That's a good thing because, as you know, with the housing situation, number one, and number two, I'm glad you stated that you're going to accept Section 8 also, because that's money in the bank even before when the month starts, you get your money up front, and it makes sense in terms of return on your investment, because whether a person is working or not, you still have a check coming in. So that's a good investment in my opinion, and it assists with housing individuals, so I appreciate that. So definitely I will be supporting it. As a matter of fact, I signed on already on your zoning request, so I'm a sponsor of that. Secondly, Mr. Grimes, how are you doing?
Good. How are you today?
I'm fine. You stated with your response to some of my colleagues that you don't recall, which it's not important to me how much you paid for the unit, but what does it look like in terms of your investment when it comes to, you're doing a lot. You're basically rebuilding. That's a really serious investment. And you stated that you're going to have two rental units and 5 commercial space. How much commercial space do you have and how much rental units?
Okay, so I did provide a set of plans, and I'm happy to share those afterward as well. But we have 5 commercial units ranging from like 600 square feet up to just under 1,000 square feet. And then, there's 5 units of that type. And then the 3 units on the top floor, I'm not exactly sure of the square footage of the residential units, but it is 2 1-bedroom units and 1 2-bedroom unit.
I appreciate the 1-bedroom units because those are the hardest to get in the territory right about now. Let me ask you in terms of the return on your investment. Have you done any type of analysis, because you said it's your first time and you live on the north side, have you done any type of analysis in respect to which would be a better return on your investment instead of the commercial rental space and or the housing units being rented? Because based on the availability of housing in the territory and based on the need, have you done any type of analysis to see what's the best return on your investment with what you're doing with that unit?
Yeah, I do think that there's a need in both categories, residential and commercial.
30 seconds.
I don't think that.
But I'm speaking to return on your investment.
Yeah,
of course, there's a need in both areas, but I'm asking you specifically.
Correct, but, the way I would put it is that I think that more residential would be inappropriate for the lot, and more commercial would kind of be inappropriate for the neighborhood. Back where we are zoned commercial. We're on the border of the commercial and the residential area. So we always had an intention to preserve that element of residential. I think probably right now, like you're saying, a one-bedroom unit does rent probably higher than it normally would.
Time.
But could I continue?
Yeah.
But I think that commercial brings a little bit more balance to it and does maximize the use of the property. That's how I would leave it.
Okay, very well. I do appreciate, nonetheless, that you are considering rental space within your investment. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much for your responses, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. This rounds out our block 2. Thus far, I'll allow for any burning questions any of my colleagues may have. If not, we'll hear from the testifiers for closing. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize nobody on this side yet? Senator Fred Gregory, recognized for alibi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just going back very quickly to the question I was asked by the previous speaker with regards to the use of the additional office space. I wasn't clear on what you said. You said the purpose, I think he queried and asked, the purpose of the office would be what?
Administrative offices.
It's an admin office.
For Oliver Exterminating of St. Thomas, Inc. and another family business.
Okay, so he queried about the family business, and that's where I wasn't clear on.
There's a waste management business.
30 seconds.
Okay, so let's flesh that out. So the waste management business, what type of functions will be occurring on the property with regards to the waste management business?
Administrative offices.
So it's just straight office. All right, just need clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Again, I want to thank you. I'll give you 30 seconds for each of the applicants or the representative to do the closeout, and then we'll come to the government officials.
Good afternoon again. Thank you for your time and consideration, and we hope that you vote favorably for the variance.
Thank you again.
Thank you, Attorney Norman. Next, Mr. Grimes.
Thank you again for your time today. I hope that we answered all your questions to your satisfaction and that you all support the variance for 5C Anna's Retreat.
Thank you. Mr. Minkoff.
I appreciate Leah Laplace Matthew and everything that she has brought to the rezoning process. And I would like to thank all of the senators and all of the staff here for appropriate questions that were spot on and hopefully answered in a positive and acceptable way. We do look forward to your vote. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minkoff. Mr. Ruan.
Thank you, senators and the body of the Senate, and for all your support. I'm looking forward to a positive outcome of our request. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leah Laplace Matthews.
Good afternoon. I'd like to take this time to let the people of the Virgin Islands know that the virtual town hall meetings are up on the website planusvi.com. So please participate in the planning process of the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Very well, thank you. And again, this concludes this hearing today. I want to thank the St. Peter and Paul's U.S. government class for being here with us all day today, and as well as Mr. Farrell, the teacher, and the test will be available in the next few minutes after we close out here. I want to know how much you have learned, as well as, again, I want to thank my colleagues for today. Certainly thank central staff, senatorial staff, and all of you that participated in making this a successful hearing today. The Committee of the Whole of March 13, 2023 is hereby adjourned. God bless.